Okay. Got it. She's got such a sexy voice. No. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yay. Okay, so everybody that's observing print image competition today, if you could just make sure you stay muted during the entire competition. The judges, you'll have a chance at the end when the judges give a critique of your work. If you choose to have them do that, then you can open up and you can talk about it. I am pleased to be here and introducing our image judges today. First, we have Aaron Hockley. He is from Washington State, but also right on the border of Oregon. So, and he is, and I apologize because I don't have your credentials in front of me, but master photographer, craftsman.
Yep, all correct.
CPP?
Not a CPP, actually.
Okay.
Just declared and going to get that done this year. So
excellent, me too. And we're happy to have him back. As some of you may know, he did a wonderful program for us last month on AI. So thank you for coming back and thank you for giving us your knowledge.
certainly.
And then second up, we have Mary Louise Delano, an old friend of ours who has judged for us in the past. And Mary Louise originally hailed from Rhode Island, and she is master photographer.
CTP.
CPP.
Yep.
And then, and now she's residing in Long Island.
Hello.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
We're happy to have you back and thank you for giving us all your knowledge.
You're very welcome.
And last but not least, hailing from the wonderful city of Brooklyn, New York, is Paul Bernstein, master photographer, craftsman,
and CPP.
And CPP. Okay, that's what I thought. And I am so happy to have Paul back and to see his face. I see him on Facebook, but you know, once you meet Paul in person, you'll never want to not be in person with him again.
How sweet of you.
Very warm and wonderful, and especially with Karen, his partner is just amazing, and they're fantastic photographers. And thank you for sharing your knowledge with us as well.
Thank you so much for the honor of asking me. I'm very, very honored.
Thank you. And I'm going to introduce our print chairs, which is Lisa Kuchara and Patty Swanson. They work hard to put this whole thing together. I'm going to let them take it away because I'm not talking anymore. So
we also have Kevin Grinder as part of our print committee.
Yes.
He will be reading the descriptions and the titles for us. So.
Thank you. Sorry, Kevin. I love you.
That's okay. What was your name?
Yeah, I know.
All right, so Kevin, if you would read the first category description for us, please.
All right, portraiture, kids under 16. The human should be the main subject. These images typically involve posed subjects and controlled lighting. And the first one is Indian Princess. My bread.
79.
Oops, sorry. All right, my bread.
$81.
Siblings.
$77.
Naughty or nice.
78,
Landon,
78,
that ends the kids under 16. We now go to portrait seniors 16 to 18. The human should be the main subject. These images typically involve posed subjects and controlled lighting. Bat boy,
75,
no hippies allowed.
Oh, shit. Mm-mm.
we're gonna rescore this one, judges.
Okay.
Yeah, I hit the wrong number.
Aaron, if you could re-enter your score, please.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thought that I had. There you go.
76,
The Three Musketeers,
76,
Sienna, Selena,
$79,
I'm going to challenge that. I scored this 80 in the merit category. I think it's very interesting composition. It's good lighting. It's a powerful pose, and it's not your typical kind of typical pose. It's a very strong pose. I love the fact that the wind is blowing the hair. It's got real dynamic qualities and so forth, and I'd really like to hear the other judges what they have to say about it.
I scored it as 78. I kept it out of the merit category. The hands bother me. The hands are, you're seeing the flat part of the hand, not very feminine. I know it's a strong pose, but my eyes went right to her hands. And they're as big, if not the same size as her face. And that's where my eye went, even though the face is beautifully lit, that the hands is what stopped me from keeping it out of the merit category.
I also scored this a 78 in the above average category. Obviously, interesting subject matter. I like the lighting on the upper half of the image. I think that the maker did a good job, giving us that separation with the hair. Might have liked to see a little bit more separation on the leg in the lower right. It kind of fades into the background due to the color similarity. The hands were also a strong factor for me in keeping this down out of the merit category, and that, just based on the pose, the back of the hand, the size of the hand in the image. It detracts from what is otherwise a compelling image.
Okay, I don't find the hands to be a detraction at all. I mean, understand something. This is a powerful kind of thing, and if someone is leaning forward, that's a very natural way to hold the hands. I wouldn't, to say that it's got to have a feminine twist to it. This is not. This shouldn't be a masculine or feminine type of thing. This has to do with strength, and I think having the hands like that creates that sense that she's leaning in. It's kind of powerful. I think also the lighting that emphasizes her face is what it's all about, that expression, that intense expression. And the fall off the rest of it, I think it really goes to the fact that you want to bring the attention to her face and not have the hands or the lower part at the same light intensity. So I think the artist did a very good job here in creating a very interesting and a very powerful portrait of this student.
Okay, thank you, judges. If you would please rescore. 79.
Iris.
76.
That ends the seniors 16 to 18. We now go to portrait general. The human should be the main subject. These images typically involve controlled lighting and posed subjects. Couples, children, high school seniors, families, models, fashion portraits, groups, bar bat mitzvahs, quinceañeras, etc. Wedding portraits outside of the wedding actual event. All right. First one, remember when.
'79.
I'll challenge this. I was in an 83 in the deserving of a merit category. And, for me, the more I looked at this, I'm almost wondering if maybe I was even a little low there. But, as an image, as a portrait, this had great impact as it first appeared. We have a non-traditional composition here in cutting off the top of the subject's head and kind of cutting into the shoulder on the right-hand side. But in my mind, that composition brings me right to his face and the expression on his face, which really I think is the subject of this image. Typically with a portrait, we're looking for lighting, in the eyes and those eyes making a connection with the camera. But in this case, what we have is him kind of, looking down, and doing exactly what the maker told us was happening with the image title and the story being told here, which is, he's off remembering when. He's off in his head. He's thinking about memories of the past. And for me, this had a great impact, a wonderful story being told, interesting composition. It came together for a merit.
I score this as 78. I'm listening to what Aaron's saying, and particularly the title. I originally thought that having the eyes closed might be detrimental, but I'm rethinking that. And I definitely think I'm coming up to the next category because I see the merits of what Aaron is speaking about the portrait. It does have a lot of power, and that wistful expression is really made it for me.
I think I was the low person, and I listened to what you say, and I'm definitely willing to
What'd you
come up.
score that at? What'd you score that
I
at?
scored it at 76. Again, the light on the ear, I would have liked that ear toned down a little. But listening to all that you said, yes, I totally agree.
All right, so I'm not hearing a lot of objections to bringing this up into the merit. Yeah, the lighting on the ear maybe could have been a little slower. You know, I'm not asking you to get up into the 90s or anything, but I think we have a solid merit here. I'm going to keep my score at an 83.
Thanks for the input, Aaron.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. '81.
Introspection.
Correct.
79.
Could I make a comment about this without a challenge?
Yes.
Just put the screen back on the on the screen there. I love the composition and the expression and so forth. I kept it out of the merit category because I think I see a definite line around the body, around the subject, where work was done on the background. And just a little advice for whoever made this, the maker, redo that, and success is found in your edges. I think if you work on those edges there, and also perhaps make a little bit more of a dynamic presentation, with I think this image can really go far, because I love the feeling of it, the body, the hair, the detail, and so forth. It's got a lot of potential. So whoever made this, redo it and re-enter it, because I think it can go far.
Thank you.
Bilko door guy.
Repeat that again. What was it?
Bilko door guy.
'76.
Can I take your picture?
We have a 79 and a majority challenge. I don't know, whoever wants to start, we'll just rotate through.
I can start it. I'm challenging it. I scored this in 81. I think this storytelling here is just terrific. Initially, if you're looking at it as a portrait, it's exactly the kind of picture that he would be taking in this type of situation. I love the depth of field here really works, because you see his expression, you can see his camera, the hands, the detail on the hands, the dirt under the fingernails. This is like a carnival shot, and I just really think this is a lot of fun, and it's certainly deserving to go blue.
I scored it an 80 for those exact reasons, and I love like the hands, all the little details, the dirt under his fingers. The color harmony is beautiful in this. It was handled beautifully. You know, this is where we're coming and capturing with the client to get what you want. Like I say, it all works together. It's a beautiful image.
Right, I scored this a 75 at the bottom end of the above average category. While I agree that there's a lot of strong aspects that my other judges have pointed out, there are a few technical issues that are keeping me out of the merit category. If we look at where the subject meets the background, previous image we talked about the edges, looking around, kind of the beard and his hair on camera right, as it hits that background, there's, we go from very sharp to very muddy to blurry. There's almost a bluish tinge or fringe on the hat in the upper right corner. But the biggest issue technically is if you look at the arm on camera left, the subject's right arm, where it meets the edge of the frame, there are basically square corners on that shirt. I can't tell if that's natural or was an editing artifact. And then those square corners, if you look below that on the background, you see distinct, sharp, square lines on the background. It seems like there's probably, I don't want to definitively state there was an editing issue there, but it doesn't blend into the look, the feel of the overall portrait. It seems like a significant technical issue that makes this not a merit image. If those issues were addressed, there's a lot of other great stuff going on here.
Okay, I definitely see what Aaron's talking about, and
Yeah.
on the basis of technique, because I picked it up on the previous shot, and I'm looking at the edges there. I definitely agree, and I'm going to come down below the merit category. I think the maker should be aware of that and can definitely fix that fairly easily.
Thank you,
Yes,
Judge. Please.
I
Yeah.
totally agree also. And we don't want to give the maker the wrong impression. This is a great image, but those technical things, they'll get you every time.
Yeah, I'm also looking around the hand, the upper hand there, and I'm seeing some definitely some lines around that too. So rework it and re-enter it.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. $77.
Thank you for the flower.
$77.
She's fading.
$79.
Can I make a comment also?
Yes.
More dramatic lighting would have helped this tremendously. A definite off-camera light, just make it pop from the background. This would be remarkable. But right now, that diffused light really does not make that image pop, and that's what's really missing on this. Very creative. I mean, look at the work that went into this. This is not just, okay, just sit here and we'll take a picture. This is well thought out, but that extra element of added lighting would have made this just fly. So, again, that you can't really replicate in post-production, but certainly if you're doing this kind of work in the future, think about lighting it properly from the beginning.
Thank you.
Anne.
76.
A moment's hesitation.
$80.
Enchanted evening.
$78.
Dreaming.
Can you clear my score pad, please?
I think right on the
Well-
keypad at the bottom, you can do that.
If you just tap on the numbers,
Nope, doesn't. Oh, wait, big question. Nope.
if you
Oh,
if
no.
you tap where it shows your score, it should clear it.
Oh, okay, it did clear it, whatever I do. Oops, come on, oops. Oh, come on. Clear.
You want to clear all three of us and we'll just rescore it?
Yeah, please. It won't clear. Okay. Oh,
77.
Looking for Superman.
$78.
Family Bridge.
RIDGE, Ridge?
Bridge.
Oh, Bridge, okay.
$78.
Proud.
$78.
Formal.
We have a 79 and we have a majority challenge.
The person go first. I'm challenging it too, but the other person should go first.
Okay, Mary Louise, could you take this?
I scored it an 80. It just squeaks by. There's a few things in here, I would have and again, I wasn't there. I would have though fixed, and I hate when judges say that. I would have fixed his shirt, that kept me just at the 80. The hot spot on the seat, again, it is a formal portrait. So, his pose is very strong, she's leaning into him. They have nice expressions. I think it's an 80. It's deserving of a merit.
Yeah, I too scored it an 80. I think it's it's a classic portrait. There's nothing extraordinary about it, but it hits all the right marks. I'm interested to hear what negative aspects have kept it out of the category, but I think it flies.
I scored it a 78 at the above average category. So I'm a little below you, but not much. I too was, kind of waffling on this one a bit. I think, as a formal portrait, compelling subject matter, well posed, well composed. I think what kept me just below the merit is that, overall it lacked a strong impact for me. The lighting, is relatively flat throughout on the subjects. We don't have a lot of definition. We have a little bit of that light on, the chair that he's sitting on, the stool that she's sitting on. But the flatness overall, I think, detracted a bit from it. That said, I could come up. There's nothing particularly stunning about this image, but there's nothing particularly egregious about it either way. So I'll be listening to my fellow judges.
Perfectly phrased, by the way.
Great, thank you, judges. Please rescore. $80. Thank you, judges.
Jan,
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Jan?
Oh, Jan, okay.
The name Jan?
Yeah, Jain.
Okay.
$77.
Torso.
$78. And for the people that are watching, we had this image and 2 other images that were disqualified because they were placed in the wrong category. So please try
That's,
make sure that you're
Yeah.
putting the images into the correct category. This should have been in an illustrative category. You can always contact the image chairs if you're unsure of what category to put something in.
thank you for clarifying that, Lisa, because that was my feeling too.
All right, we move on to portrait, animals under structured lighting. The animal should be the main subject. These images typically involve controlled lighting and sometimes posed subjects. The first one, the 3 amigos.
81.
I'm going to challenge that. I scored this 87 in the next category, in the superior category. I just love this, the storytelling here, the color harmony, the pop to it, that reflection, even the framing and I just think this really has a lot of pizzazz, and the impact is really great. I'd really like to know from my fellow judges what they feel is degrading on this, because I just love it.
I scored it an 80. I do love the image. The impact was great. What bothered me was that the reflection was cut off. I would have liked to have seen just a little bit more reflection, and I would have definitely scored it a higher in the merit category, but I did score it as a merit.
I'd scored this a 77 in the above average. I may have been a little low on that. I agree it has great impact. I love the presentation, the nice simple presentation that plays well with these subjects. For me, there were a couple aspects that, I felt kept me from going much higher. One is, the lighting on that top, whatever that is, lizard of some sort, and such, whatever it is, the lighting on the face of that one subject is just so harsh when compared with the rest of the image. We've got those bright highlights right at the edge. The maker did control it. I don't feel like we've lost the detail, but it feels like it's just out of tone, out of key, kind of with the rest of the image. The other aspect is, I do enjoy the reflection, but from a composition standpoint, we kind of have, well, the subjects are posed in an interesting composition. They're not particularly in an interesting place within the frame. That reflection does get cut off, and I can't quite explain why we have the reflection on the two lower subjects, and the one on the camera left. If you look at, its feet on the left side, I guess, it almost seems like it's floating in midair, because I don't have any foreground. I don't have anything to kind of anchor it within the frame. If you can help explain some of that to me, I could come up quite a bit. As it is, I'm listening, but it didn't have quite the solid impact as it sounds like it did for other folks.
Okay, let me try to address some of the questions here. As far as the reflection being cut off, it's an abstract. It's really not really a full part of the image. It really adds a little bit to it, a little bit of interest, because it brings your eyes up to the image, rather than, so that's not really the main subject. It's a secondary. As far as the feet being up there, if you think of this as just a flat back area that they're standing on, I can understand where you're coming from. But that could be a raised portion, whether it's a natural, or whether it's that particular animal is on a slight incline or a hill. So I think it really works very well. You got to look at this as a little bit unrealistic. This is not. This is a fantasy, and if you look at this in terms of fantasy, I think it works beautifully. I think the expressions on these animals are just amazing. They're fun. This is fun. This is almost cartoonish, and cartoons aren't realistic at all. They're imaginative, and that's what you have to look at this image all about. It's about imagination and an abstract quality. I think it pops. I think the lighting really works here. I don't find that distracting at all. It's kind of natural, because if you have sunlight or something like that, and it's taken outdoors, it may have a slightly higher level of light on that upper image. But again, look at this as fun rather than realism.
But it is placed in the portrait category, not in the repertoire category. So you can't come in then and say that it's fantasy if it's in a portrait category. Maybe in a different category, it would have scored higher. Like I think it deserves a merit, definitely. but it might have scored higher in another category, not in the portrait category. If you're going to take it as an abstract, as a fantasy, then maybe again, it should have been in a different category.
Okay, thank you,
So-
judges.
so-
Please rescore them. '83. Thank you, judges.
Thanks for coming up, guys.
A peanut butter colored jelly.
'80.
Smigden.
Can you say that title again, please?
I hope I'm saying it right. Smigden. Smigden.
Smitten?
Smigden.
Smigden.
Oh, okay.
I think
Must be
it's
an-
smidgen, like a
Probably the pet's,
smidgen.
Smidgen.
either the pet's name or a strange camera that they were using.
Yeah.
'81.
Looking for nectar.
Stop.
Somebody's challenging.
Um,
'82.
I'm gonna challenge that. I put that as an 85 in the next category. I think technically this is absolutely stunning. Great color composition. The main part of that subject is right in the power third in the upper left. I like the presentation. That's absolutely beautiful. So I think it deserves the next category.
Right. I was in an 81 in the merit category. I agree. There are a lot of strong aspects to it. I
Can
feel
you
like
mute the phone in the background there? I can't hear everything.
Sorry, I can't. It's on her machine.
I think there's a lot of strong aspects to this image. I feel like the butterfly itself and it's, on the flower is handled really well. It's, sharp where we'd expect it to be sharp. For me, what put me in the merit category, but not higher, the brightness of the background, I feel, almost, detracts from the subject. I agree. It's within color harmony. I think that the color, the color is appropriate. I feel like the luminance of it, the brightness of it, perhaps detracts a bit, but, I'm solidly in a merit and I'm listening.
I'm solid. I've got an 81. The background to me was a little bright, but I love the image. It's beautiful. I put this on my wall. Deserving of a merit.
I said it all.
Okay, judges, please rescore. '83.
Don't leave me.
I didn't hear. Say that again.
Don't leave me.
Oh, okay. Could you, someone, if you could please just take that off the, you know, it's a little distracting, that background noise, please.
'77.
Hop on.
I'm sorry, hop on?
Hop on.
We have a 79 and a majority challenge. So if the judges could please discuss.
I score this an 80. I think it's it's right on. I love the expressions of those frogs. I love the color contrast between the flower and the almost camouflage look of the animals. Plus, their tone blends in right with the other part of the flower. I just, I'd be curious to know why this is not in the merit category. I think it's got nice impact, great storytelling, and good color harmony.
I'd scored this a 78 in the above average category. I agree with most of the strengths that my fellow judge just mentioned. For me, what kept it out of the merit was, it had a lot of initial color impact. From a composition standpoint, I didn't get a lot of impact from the subject, which in the portrait category presumably is these two little frogs that are hopping on, because they are so similar in color to a significant portion of the flower. They didn't have that pop. From a lighting standpoint. They're in the same general key as the rest of the image, so there was no kind of contrast given to me by any particular lighting. And so overall, there's a lot to appreciate. I felt it was an above average image, but it didn't quite make it to the merit category because I felt it was lacking in impact with the subject.
I scored this as an 80 as a merit image. What kept me from going higher was the subject matter is a lot smaller than the flower. This is in the portrait category, so the frogs should be the hero of the photograph. And to me, they're not. It's a beautiful photograph, but what kept me from going higher was the size of the flower compared to the size of the frogs, the hero of the subject, the hero of the photograph. But I definitely believe it should be a merit image.
Okay, I'm just looking at this overall, and it seems to work. It's fun. The fact that they do blend in, that's the natural skin color. And the fact that it's on a bright flower, actually, that brings your eye right up to them. So I don't think that's a detriment. I think that's an asset. But we each have our own opinions on this. So I hope it can get into the merit, stay in the merit category here.
Paul, also, if you look on the right side of the tan and brown bud, it's again, look before where we said you've got sharp focus and then it's like fuzzy, kind of what I would do. But here you have the sharp focus right next to it, and then that looks like it's been worked on when I look at this more. But again, I believe it should be a merit image.
Okay, judges, please restore. '80.
Beauty and the Leaves.
$79.
The Jackson Five.
$83.
Careful, they're bred to kill.
Could you read the title again, please?
Careful, they're bred to kill.
Oh, bread. Okay.
$76.
I'm ready for my bath.
$81.
That ends the portrait animals. We now go into fine art, illustrative commercial. Could be thought of more as an open category. Illustrative commercial, images created for a commercial client to advertise a product and or promote a brand or company. This can be architecture, an interior or exterior of a structure, or within an industrial environment. Illustrative can also be conceptual images that tell a story. First one, a tribute to Dad.
$82.
A night to remember.
I'm not seeing a photo.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, it's night.
There we go. have scores.
79.
Okay.
Reaching for the rays.
'81.
I'm going to challenge this. So I'm up at an
Yeah.
86 in the excellent category. What a, illustrative commercial. Sometimes we see images that don't show a ton of creativity, but what an interesting story and creative story the maker has told us here. With that title of Reaching for the Rays, as this image first showed up, it's like, what? And then it's like, it hits me. It's that plant we have down here. From a composition standpoint, we have these lovely leading lines on the railroad tracks, bringing me down to this, this weed that's reaching through the grate and towards those sun rays that are coming in. Those rays, which are providing really interesting lighting on this scene, not just to highlight the subject, but also to provide, great lighting, against the poles and the background buildings and things like that. Great impact, great creativity, nice color harmony throughout the image, including the presentation. I think this is an excellent image.
Okay, I'm the bad guy on this, and I think I missed the boat on this, or missed the train. I scored this a 77, and I listening to what Aaron said about the storytelling, because I really missed the storytelling on this one. The one thing I feel it should have a little bit more contrast on this to make those rays stand out a little bit more. But I'm definitely going to be coming up on the rescore on this. So thanks for the feedback on that, Aaron.
Yeah, I was at a merit, and the longer I look at this, the more I love this image. And it was like, yeah, I did not score this high enough. I like I say, I gave it a merit. I love, like I say, looking at it, you go in, on the right, and then you come back on that upper track. But immediately I saw the rays come down to that flower, and I just love this. And I didn't do it justice by the score of 80. I'm definitely coming up.
Right.
So challenge.
Sounds good. Sounds like we're seeing how strong this is. I'm going to keep my score solidly at an 86.
Great. Thank you, judges. Please rescore. '84. Thank you, judges.
Sun stripes.
'75.
The scale waits.
'84.
Bountiful harvest.
79, and we have a majority challenge.
Yeah, I'll challenge this. Score this an 81. It's a beautiful still life. It's nicely lit. It's got good composition, nice color harmony here. I like the presentation. The camera angle is good. I mean, I want a piece of fruit right now. So please, give me your feedback and other perspectives. I'm certainly listening.
I scored it an 80 for all those reasons. I believing it is a merit image. What kind of bothers me is the reflection. I don't know if there's a piece of it missing. I'm not quite sure. But when it came up, I definitely, said yes, deserving of a merit.
I was at 76, and maybe I missed it, so I'm certainly be listening to my fellow judges here. For me, I like the composition of the subject of the fruit and the vegetables here. The lighting's fairly flat, which works. We have some pretty bright highlights on those. Probably looks like zucchini, there, which are, kind of hot compared to the rest of the image. The other factor that, kept me out of the merit category is, the white bowl and the double, white or very light gray key lines, are the brightest things in this image, and they're kind of pulling me away from the main subject. And that reflection, I feel like it was a distracting element from a composition standpoint. If the reflection was to be a strong part of this image, I'd like to see more of it. As it is, it's so subtle and only reflecting, part of what we see, that it just seems like a distraction, in that foreground. Whereas, just having that counter or something else there may have been stronger compositionally. So. Okay.
Let me address a couple of things. First of all, as far as the reflection, I think it adds depth rather than detracts, because it's very muted, so it really doesn't take away. The brightest areas are really that squash and that line on the cucumber, or the not the cucumber, the it's not a cuke.
Zucchini.
Zucchini. I'm sorry. That doesn't bother me because it's a leading line that goes right into the rest of into the fruit there. And it really gives dimension to those vegetables. I don't think that's a distraction. I think that's an addition. As far as the frame around it, that's not. I don't think that would keep it out of the merit category. I'm just looking at the image itself. It's a very beautifully done still life. I really would like to see this in the merit category.
Okay, thank you, judges. Please rescore. $80. Thank you, judges.
Thank you.
We don't need no education.
$80.
I'll challenge that, just because I think we need to talk about this, because I clearly do not understand this image and scored it as such. And maybe if I've understood it, I could score it more appropriately. So I scored this a 77 in the above average category. And for me, it had great impact initially. I love the brilliant colors that we have here. We have these kind of strong lines that lead me into the frame, whether it's on the edge of the chalkboard or the shadows of light coming in, and they lead me into the frame, at which point I'm having a hard time understanding the subject matter or the story being told with this image. And so while I appreciate the impact that it had, the colors, and those lines bringing me in, for me, it lacked a story, a subject. And so I would love to hear my fellow judges help me understand this.
I gave it an 80 because of the impact. This is where titling is really important because again, I think if it had a different title, I think it would have scored totally different. It's so, but I couldn't take away 20 points for the title because we are supposed to start at 100 and come down. And like I said, what bothers me is that title. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, I'll tell you why the title does make sense, because there's a juxtaposition here of education and the alternative of sitting in front of your TV set. And I think having that chair, that comfy chair there, which is not something that belongs in a classroom, is exactly what it's all about. We do need education, otherwise we're going to be sitting in front of our TVs or on our cell phones and not getting the education that we need. So I think here the title is absolutely perfect for this. It's a whimsical title. It's making a statement, and technically, look at the image from a technical point of view. It's fabulously photographed, so and captured, and I think it really works. So please reconsider it in terms of what the maker wanted us to think about, which is we do need the education.
All right.
And
Yeah.
I scored this in 82. I scored this in 82.
Yeah. Thank you for helping bring that story to me. I knew I was missing something, and your explanation of how the title fits into the, the armchair sitting there, that it's now coming to me, right? We have the 12 elements that we score by, and a lot of them were there for me, but I was missing enough of the kind of subject matter, creativity, storytelling ones that it just didn't come together.
Yeah.
I think with that now, understanding that story, I mean, whether it's the exact story the maker was trying to tell or not, hey, it's a good, compelling one that I can get from this image and I can get behind it. I'll be raising my score up to 81.
Great.
Score.
I just got to say, we have 12 elements. Title should be the 13th element, because it leads us as the viewers to understand what the maker wants us to see. So in this case, I think that element of title really brought it over the top.
So important for the storytelling.
Great discussion. Thank you, judges. Please rescore. '81.
Garage.
'83.
Hansel and Gretel fear this fairy.
Repeat that one again.
Hansel and Gretel fear this fairy.
Oh.
'82.
I'm going to challenge it. I put this in the 86 in the next category. I think, again, storytelling and title really makes this just jump. I mean, technically, it's beautifully photographed. I don't think there's anything wrong with the technique here. It's dramatic. the lighting coming from the right makes the lettering just pop there, and you see the detail on that oven. But just knowing the storyline of Hansel and Gretel, and that the witch was trying to fatten them up for dinner, that was what she was going to make the dinner with. So that the whole thing comes together for me. I just really, really like this, and it's more than just a merit. I think there's a lot more to this. So please think of it in that perspective.
I scored this as an 81 because I like the image. But what kept me from going higher was the mat. The you have the mat, and then you have, I thought it was like another mat, but it's part of the image. That mat doesn't make sense compared to the photograph. It's like a cork mat. I would have liked to have seen that goldish type, that little strip that's on the top as the mat. But I definitely believe it's a merit image.
I was at a 78 in the above average category. I got the story references and that it's an oven, and, you know, remembered back to kind of the Hansel and Gretel story. I appreciated the lighting and contrast, you know, kind of bringing out the texture and the grit in this scene. There's nice color harmony throughout, you know, including to that mat. That said, you know, the primary thing that, you know, I guess for me, it lacked impact from almost from a compositional standpoint, in that we kind of almost just have pretty much kind of a straight on photo of the front of an oven. And, you know, there is that, you know, kind of bright goldish line at the top. You know, we have we lose off to the shadows on the right. You know, there's kind of the base that it's mounted on or sitting on that, you know, kind of comes down and hits the edge of the frame kind of in the lower right. And it feels to me like it's pretty static from a compositional standpoint. And that led to a lack of impact for me, but I'm listening.
Okay, as far as lack of impact, I mean, this is basic composition and lighting work here. I mean, this is not a dynamic subject matter. It's something that's old. Obviously, this oven has been overused. You see the detail on the in front of it of the ashes, or that could be rust also. As far as that framing, think of it as the wood that fires the oven. So, you know, this is really a very simple kind of story, and it's a simple kind of subject matter. There's nothing truly dynamic about this, but it works, it pops. And that storytelling just brings it all together. And by the way, I just love that little bit of greenish rust that goes across the very top there. It just adds to the antiquing of this. So, and the fact that if you take a look at the dial there, because your eye goes to that's the brightest part there. It just goes there. And I'm just enjoying it tremendously. And I think it definitely deserves certainly the merit, but it might go into the next merit. But think about it from that perspective.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. '81.
Pane view.
Is it Pane View?
Pane, P-A.
P-A-N-E.
'80.
I would not swim here.
'81,
Lowering the flag.
'81,
Pipe break.
'78,
The coal bucket.
'80,
That ends fine art illustrative commercial. We now move to fine art landscape nature. Landscape nature could be thought more as an open category. Fine art images are mainly subjects that can't talk back. Inanimate objects, including fine art landscape, flowers, still life, animals, pet portraits go into portrait. Landscape
So-
nature.
Not talking back leaves out our children, correct?
Thank you. Where was I? This subcategory shares joy and adventures while expressing sense of place. Wild animals in uncontrolled lighting environments, zoo animals, flowers, seascapes, cityscapes, urban landscapes, and sunsets with or without people can be placed here. All right. Precarious path.
'79,
I'm gonna challenge this. I scored this in 82. I love the texture of this. You're looking at that path and it's bordered by those, your eye goes towards where not only the path is going, but where the lit areas of the foliage is pointing you to. That's the whole thing about it. There's an ominous element because of those roots there. And I just think it works in terms of what the storytelling is and what that and how the title is. I think it really works there. So it definitely is deserving of a merit in my mind.
I gave it a 78. What bothers me is, again, the hero of the photograph from the title should be the path. And the brightest spots are the growth on the right-hand side and then the upper left. And that's what I see when I first see this. I don't see the path. I see those bright spots. If you turn the photograph upside down, that's where your eye would go to first.
I'd scored this 77 in the above average category, primarily for the comments that have already been made. From a lighting standpoint, everything in this image leads me everywhere other than the subject of the image. And if I look at the subject itself, the path, it's, it seems, on its own seems perhaps maybe even a bit underexposed. I get that it's in the shadows. There's obviously a lot of bright light in the scene around it. I appreciate where the maker was going with the storytelling and the creativity of this sort of a subject. I really like that. Unfortunately, I feel like the lighting just didn't bring it together to give me the impact and the center of interest that I was hoping for.
It's funny. I'm looking at the lighting from a different perspective. First of all, I don't think it's underexposed. I think that the root system and the path itself is perfectly exposed. And I got to give kudos to the maker because the foliage, which is illuminated, you see detail there as well. And where I differ is I find that horizontal part at the top of the foliage and that diagonal on the right, they are both converging where the path is leading to. So rather than distracting, I think they're leading lines directly into the path. And I've got to say that the perspective there, this is a technically very difficult image to capture and expose properly. And I think the maker did a very good job. And I like the title too. So please reconsider if you would.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore. $79.
The Rose.
$80.
Into the Ocean.
$78.
A Beautiful Rage.
$80.
Serenity.
Could you just go back to that a second?
What's the title of this print?
Serenity.
Serenity.
$79. And then you'd like to challenge or just take another look at the,
Well, I'd like to challenge Serenity,
Okay.
whether we do that now or,
no, let's do that now while it's.
okay. I'm in an 81 in the merit category on this. You know, it's a simple image, but all the pieces came together well for me. You know, I thought there was great impact with, you know, obviously the nice, you know, orange, either sunrise or sunset lighting that we have going on here. You know, the maker gave us an interesting composition, looking through these trees, kind of framing this scene, looking off across this lake or river. You know, the silhouette aspects of it are handled well, and that, you know, we're not distracted by inconsistencies of, you know, the amount of shadow detail or lack thereof throughout the image. I think the vertical presentation on this worked well to, you know, kind of highlight the scene, you know, the layers of the scene, starting with, you know, the lower tree in the foreground, the lake, the far shore, the sky. You know, altogether, this came together for me, and I think we have a merit.
All right. I scored this a 78 in the Superior. And what is bothering me is two things. First of all, that horizontal line of the horizon is dead center. And I mean, the lake, the sky, the upper part and the sunset part are three different elements there that are not really, they're not connected. I think there's separate elements there. And those vertical lines of the trees just bother me in terms of placement. I don't know whether the maker should have come a little closer or a little further away to see more of the trees or less of the trees and just frame it with some of the branches. But it's just not hitting me. So, I mean, this is a beautiful, beautiful time of day. It's gorgeous color. I like the silhouettes. I mean, those are positive things. But what I said in terms of that straight horizontal in the middle there of the horizon line, that's really killing it for me.
I scored this a 78. What kept me out of the merit category was definitely the horizon line, but trees feel like they've been chopped. It feels like there's something missing in the photograph. It doesn't have the impact that I would have loved to have seen. There's like no detail, you know, in the foreground, and it like I say, it feels like it's been chopped, like that there's more to the photograph.
All right. Thanks for your input. You know, I mean, I may have seen, obviously I saw this differently than the two of you did. You know, for me, the horizon line right in the center, it's not, you know, the greatest aspect of this photograph by any means. I don't know what bothers me enough to keep it out of the merit category just because of that. You know, I did give it an 81. I didn't go real high there, but I do think it's, you know, in the merit. You know, as far as things being chopped off, the maker made some compositional decisions. They chose not to include more of the foreground or the tops of the trees or things like that. And I think that fits well with the, you know, what I think is the subject matter and the story that's being told here with the title of Serenity. You know, in my mind, they're wanting us to look at kind of this overall peaceful scene, this calm scene, you know, a little bit of ripples on the lake, you know, the nice, you know, sunset or sunrise lighting here. You know, as opposed to getting into those details that we would have if we had, you know, more stuff around that. All in all, though, we all see things our own way. I'm going to stay at my 81 and score it what your heart thinks.
Yeah, I just want to say one other comment in terms of cropping this. I think coming down and cropping part of the darker part of the sky so that you're cutting it more where the clouds are fading into that darker sky would have made this a lot more powerful, and a square composition would have worked better than that long vertical. So just maybe the maker should reconsider doing that and cropping it and entering it again.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. 79. Now, wait,
Dinner-
Kevin, before we go on, Paul, did you want to comment on Beautiful Rage or challenge it? That was the image before, sir.
You're talking about the wave.
Yes.
Just to go back to it for a second, because I scored a little lower, like about a 78, and I really wanted my colleagues' input on this. So I just felt that it could have been maybe made even more of a horizontal, taken a little bit from the bottom and emphasize that wave a little bit, because I found that it was just too centered, and it would have made it a lot more powerful. Because I love the texture, I love those subtle colors in the wave. There's a lot of positives to this, but I was just I felt that the cropping of it should have been a lot more elongated, and it would have made it a lot more powerful. That's all. I'm not going to change my score, and it did score in the merit category. I don't want to take away from that, but I just wanted to put a little input on that particular image. Thanks for calling it back.
Dinner on the fly.
'83.
Don't ruffle my feathers.
'82.
Moon over troubled dock.
We have a 78 and a majority challenge.
Okay, I score this as an 82. And first of all, I like the title there, about that. What was the definition of the doc? Repeat the title again.
Moon over troubled dock.
Okay, I love the description of that as a troubled dock. Okay, it just nailed it. Right place, right time. It's got a mood to it. It's got beauty to it. There's the contrast between that rising moon and what's happening in the foreground. You can see some detail there because the moonlight is illuminating the structure there. I think this really works and is deserving of a merit.
I scored this as 73 in the average category. This did not clearly strike me the same way that it did my fellow judges, but I'm certainly listening to opinions. For me, the moon, in this scene, with this kind of interesting juxtaposition of this, this large kind of, golden colored moon coming into this otherwise very blue scene. as I look at it coming together, and I consider the 12 elements, for me, technically there's some challenges that just didn't bring it up to the level of a merit for me. There's nothing really sharp or defined to me in this image, in that, whether it's, the moon and the edges of that in the sky. And I get that that's not always going to be super crisp, but the ridge in the background, the edges of the dock in the foreground, the scene overall, it feels soft, from a compositional standpoint. I think that the dock is interestingly placed within the image. I think the moon, as it has come over the far ridge, it feels really tight, both to the ridge and to the edge of the frame. I feel like if I'd had a little bit more space there, it would have been a slightly stronger composition. And then just kind of some little details on, something that is a competition print. There's some of those, looks like white, I'm assuming they're, lights of some sort on the far shore, of this lake or river, that do kind of distract my eye. I mean, they're another bright piece in the scene along with the moon, and they're kind of competing with my eye for that luminosity contrast. So altogether, with those things, didn't come together for me, but I look forward to hearing further comments.
I gave it an
Okay.
80, but the more that I'm looking at it, I did see the softness, and now it, like, because the title was a great title, it caught you, but I look and I see that it's not sharp. Everything does look soft. There's not a lot of contrast, but it does look soft. So I'm actually going to lower my score.
Okay, I scored this an 82, and to be perfectly honest with you, if you are there at that time of the evening, everything looks soft. This is the reality of the lighting there. There are no sharp lines because it's very faint lighting. The moon is casting a soft light, not a hard light. The background and the far shore there, if there's a little bit of lighting there, that's not distracting from that moon. That moon is the single brightest element there. I mean, I agree. Maybe pulling away a little bit, giving a little bit more room. I'll agree with that. But that whole thing about the softness, that's the beauty of that time of day. That's not a negative. That's the reality of the lighting in the evening and by moonlight. So how we can critique it poorly for that, I don't understand. But again, everybody's looking at it from a different perspective, and I respect your point of view. So just think of it from the lighting perspective of what the reality is at that time of the evening.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. I don't know. We had a technical problem on that. Please enter the same score. And again, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what happened.
No problem.
Seem to be frozen. All right. I'm going to have to. I seem to be completely frozen. I'm sorry. It's saying, wait, your page is unresponsive.
It is a still life.
Nope. I am completely stuck. I am sorry. The website has just completely frozen. Lots of technical difficulties today. I'm even trying to close out and it won't even let me close out. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back.
With the weather today, I'm sure that piece of that scene is frozen too.
While you're doing that, I'm going to step away for just probably about 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I will too. I think I'm going to join you. I'll be right back.
Maybe we could do a break then right now.
Yeah,
That would be
I think-
good.
that works.
You wanna do it? You wanna do
You good with
a
that,
5-minute
Lisa?
break?
Okay, everybody just keep track of the score because you're entering the same score back in when we come back.
I can write down what they did, because I see the score
You
here on
see the
the,
scores. Thank you.
yeah, it's 82, 76, 75, and the average is 78.
Thank
What-
you. 'cause mine
When
doesn't
are we
show.
coming back?
Do you want to give them 5 minutes?
Yes, let's do a.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes.
I can't even go to like being on break. It just stuck. Come on.
It's just a reminder that everybody who's still listening and hasn't gone on break. I put a note in the chat box that, if you already know what images you want critiqued, you can go ahead and type them into the chat box. I'm making a list. If one has already been judged and the others haven't, you can just do them at separate times. That's fine. You're able to get up to 2 critiqued.
All right, and Aaron is back.
All right. That wasn't even 5 minutes.
I said I was gonna be away for 30 seconds.
I know. We gave you 5 minutes. We gave you until 3:04.
Oh, okay. So we're taking an actual break. Got it.
Yeah, we were going to wait until after this category finished because that's kind of like a little bit past halfway, but
Yeah.
with the technical difficulty,
Yeah.
we figured
No problem.
you guys are doing a great job.
Yeah, there's been some interesting work so far.
Mhm.
I always enjoy doing this. I always love looking at photographs and talking about photographs and hearing different opinions on photographs. And
Absolutely. I love hearing it too. It's very educational as well to hear the different point of views from everyone. Okay. All right, Stephen, I got yours. Looks like Lisa got it working again.
excellent.
Oh,
So while I have you, I can actually let you know what's coming up for CTPPA. We have got a great program planned with Lisa Kuchara, who will be teaching it. It's a PPA CEC course, which means that if you're a PPA member, you can get 1 merit for attending. And for those of you working on your masters, you do know that you need to have service merits as well as print merits. And this would count towards your service. It's going to be held January 28th. It is all virtual because Connecticut actually applied for and received a waiver to allow virtual merits until March of 2022. So it's the link is live. I will go ahead and post the link in a little bit if you want to sign up for it. And then we are going to have our own Jack Hollowitz doing a program as well, but we're going to hold off on that until like probably towards the spring. It'll be a more intimate class. It's going to be lighting techniques and other stuff. And for those of you who don't know Jack, his stuff is amazing. He's like shaking his head at me right now, but I can't see him, but I know what he's doing.
So I'll do a fun Paul pun. So if you don't know Jack, after the presentation, you will.
This is so true. Absolutely. Oh gosh, I'm telling you. But he's got some interesting ways of lighting, and he likes to do some MacGyver lighting as well. And it's going to be a fun day. It's limited to 8 people. It's going to be held at Charlene Larkin's studio out in Killingly. And if you haven't seen her new studio, it is gorgeous. And so the morning is going to be spent with him teaching us about his lighting techniques. And then the afternoon is going to be spent set up with 3 to 4 possibly different bays where you can go and practice all those lighting techniques and have Jack hovering to help you. So, and I believe we're going to actually apply for that to be a PPA CEC course too. So, all right, we're at 3:04.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry
No,
for
we're
the-
waiting for Mary Louise. I
Okay.
don't see her there.
I'm
Oops,
there.
hello. Hello,
What
I'm
happened
back.
to the lighting?
Okay.
All
Looks
right.
like
I know.
Paul has his snacks, so he's all ready.
Yeah, I do. And the light from this window is bouncing off my desk over here, making me all, my highlights are blown out. Yeah.
All
just a
right,
second.
here we go.
Paul,
So,
Hello,
take them, hold on.
Harriet. Hi, I'm just I'm on the Zoom right now. What's the story? Between 5 and 6, perfect, okay? Love you, baby, bye-bye.
Paul,
Yes.
get rid of that thing and you can pull the shade all the way down. Just pick it up and get
Okay,
rid of
I'm
it.
doing fine, sweetheart. This is for 5 minutes. Thanks.
all right, is everybody back? Are we ready for Kevin to read the next title?
Aaron is
Yep.
ready.
Okay. All right, go
right.
for it.
Patriotic Barn in Autumn.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go.
$77.
Excuse
Autumn.
me, before you go to the next one. Did you rescore Moon over Troubled Dock?
Yeah, it was in the software when I rebooted the browser, and Marietta also had written down the 3 scores and it concurred with what the software popped up as. So that was a
Oh, I thought
78.
it was a challenge and it was being rescored.
It was.
Yeah,
and-
it was.
And the scores were in, it just my screen was frozen.
Yeah,
And what was it?
the final score ended up being a 78,
Yes.
Okay.
same as
And
the
what was this
score,
last one then? The Patriotic Barn?
77.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Kevin.
Ready? Autumn Palette.
We have an 80 and we have a majority challenge.
Who was the
Okay.
high?
You were the high.
Okay. I scored this as an 85. When you say autumn, this is autumn palette. This is it. I mean, it's a wonderful image. The colors are beautiful. It looks like an autumn palette. I love the image.
Aaron?
Was it a 78 in the above average category? I definitely understand the story and how it all comes together, and that, this is one of those images, where sometimes there's a single clearly defined center of interest, and sometimes the entire image is the center of interest, and this is one of the latter. That said, while I appreciate those aspects of it, for me, kind of from a, it lacked impact due to what strikes me as, just an overall softness, haziness, slightly desaturatedness. It feels like it could have a lot stronger impact than I'm, with this image than I'm seeing in this particular image, if that makes any sense. Additionally, there's a fair amount of, just kind of dead, bare, gray branches in the image, which detract from the overall color palette that I'm seeing. And so for me, great concept, didn't quite come together for the merit.
Yeah, I scored this a 78 for many of the same reasons Aaron did. I'm really, I feel there should be more contrast here, but most importantly, there's no main subject. My eye is going all over the place. A lot of pretty trees there, but I mean, yes, it's a nice palette. If there was something defining coming out of there or flying across there, I think it would fly. It would literally fly. But as it is, there's no real subject matter here. It's just one large blanket that doesn't bring your eye to any point in particular. So that's
But
why
it
I can't
does-
put this.
It does have, like I say, autumn palette. That's what it's showing. The palette. It's all colors mixed together, and that's the whole image is the image. There is not one defining. The title tells you that it's a palette. You're looking at the whole thing, and of course, there's going to be some dead stuff in there. There's dead spaces in between colors on a palette. So, but I hear what the judges are saying.
Okay, judges, please rescore. $79.
Jackson Square, New Orleans.
Uh-oh. Hold on, guys. Something happened to my internet. Oh, crap. Oh, could you give me the title again, please?
Jackson Square, New Orleans.
$78.
Rika,
Title again?
if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Rika.
Rika, okay.
$77.
Backlit.
We have an 80 and a majority challenge.
I scored this as an 85. I think this is just dynamic. You're talking about impact. The lighting on this is fabulous. That eye just pops out. That red beak. You see every detail of the feathers. This is just a really very dynamic and very powerful image. So, I mean, if there are faults in it that I don't see, I got my ears open, but please educate me.
I scored this as a 78. To me, the feathers, which the title again was,
Backlit.
okay. The feathers to me look out of focus.
Okay, so I scored this a 78 as well. I feel like the lighting and the technical aspects of the lighting are well handled here, and the maker should be commended for that. For me, what kept me out of the merit category, for a competition image, is that I felt there wasn't the storytelling or creativity to give it a strong impact. From a composition standpoint, it's a subject posed in the center of the frame. From a storytelling standpoint, we get our title is backlit, and yes, it is, but that doesn't tell me any story, right? I can see that by looking at the image. I feel like if you give me a story, if you tell me something more about what's going on, if you give me a more dynamic composition, it would add to that impact value and probably bring me up to the merit category. But as it is, I felt that while the technical side of things was handled well, some of the more creative artistic side fell short.
Okay. It's funny. A lot of times when people are looking at things technically, they'll pick out a technical fault. And it would be very easy to say, hey, listen, there's no detail in the shadow areas here. But the title of backlit just nullifies that. I entered an image once that was very high contrast. And I titled it Composition in Black and White, for the very reason to make sure that the viewers and the judges knew that that's what I wanted. And I feel here that the title there tells you exactly what you should be looking at, and that's that silhouetted backlit a bird. And I'm looking at the feathers there. I don't find them out of focus. That's the effect that when you have very strong lighting, that's what happens. The light is coming through it rather than hitting it obliquely. So, I mean, I'm looking at, I really feel this has tremendous impact rather than lacking of it. And the technical aspects of this are just fabulous. This is a very tough capture, and whoever the maker really did a very good job presenting it.
Okay, judges, please rescore. '81.
Thank you.
Waiting for water.
'76.
Hiding my heart.
Was it hyping, Hyping?
No, hiding.
Oh, hiding.
Hiding.
Okay, hiding, okay.
80.
Okay, I'm gonna challenge this, please. And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking at it from the technical aspect. I find some of the petals of that flower on the upper right to be
What-
out of focus. I scored the 78.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. And when you're doing a flower shot such as this, it's got to be tack sharp. And I'm finding that fall off and lack of depth of field in the upper right is keeping it out of the merit category. Love the composition, love the color harmony here, but that one technical characteristic that's lacking is keeping me out of merit. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
I'd scored this an 81, deserving of a merit. You know, in looking at it, I mean, to address the upper right, I do see that the petals, you know, in that upper right corner, you know, are softer than some of the ones that we have, you know, say in the lower left or lower right. You know, in my mind, as I looked at this scene, that kind of helped give me some depth. You know, in my mind, that as I look at it, I feel like the closest thing to me as the viewer, as the camera is, you know, probably kind of the lower left segment of it. And then I'm, you know, the distance is dropping off towards the upper right. You know, and so I felt that was, you know, acceptable for this sort of image. Love the, you know, the color harmony throughout the image. You know, reds are one of those colors that can be challenging for a photographer sometimes to capture well and to capture a range of tones without blocking things up. And this photographer has handled this well. The nice, simple maroon matte is a nice presentation for this image. You know, I felt it was a merit at 81.
I gave it an 80 for all the above reasons that Aaron stated, and that the upper right doesn't bother me being out of focus because of the title. My eye goes right to that yellow, and that is all sharp. So I believe it is a merit image for those reasons stated.
Okay, I'm gonna come up slightly on this. I'm still have some qualifications about it, but I don't want to keep it out of the merit category.
$80.
Blue hour on the beach.
$84.
I'll challenge. I'm at a 90 up in the superior category on this one because wow, what an image. Blue hour on the beach. And that's exactly what we have with so many kind of different meanings going on here. You know, as photographers, we hear blue hour and we think, you know, we think time of day, and that looks like probably what happened here, you know, but it also ties into the overall scene. You know, we have the bluish water, the bluish sky, the bluish tint to the sand from the lighting. You know, we have the blue, you know, Ferris wheel lights going on. We have the blue neon spires sticking up to the left. You know, it all comes together from that standpoint. From a composition standpoint, you know, our horizon line is nicely placed. You know, we have a lot of negative space with that sky, which in my mind kind of just brings me back down to those, you know, the structures and the Ferris wheel. And I see, you know, I see a nice level of sharpness in those that are closest to the camera, and then it fades off as it moves into the distance. My eye moves through that scene. I'm going to preemptively talk about the bright white matte, which is out of kind of color harmony and provides a sharp contrast to the rest of the scene. I know that's the sort of thing that does sometimes bother some folks. I think looking at a fine art category piece, though, I think this piece is appropriately presented for how one might see it hanging in a fine art gallery with that white mat around it. And so I'm up here in Superior and would love to hear what my other judges have to say.
Okay, I scored this an 82, and I definitely underscored this. Every aspect that you're talking about, the mood, the technical excellence, are right up there. And by the way, that white mat really works because it brings your eye into it rather than away from the subject matter. And that center of that Ferris wheel there is where your eye goes. So I'm going to come up into the next category definitely. And I'm going to suggest that you do not change the title to Funny You Don't Look Bluish.
I was probably low on this. I gave it an 80. And I love all the reasons, Aaron, thank you for showing me all these elements, because what did kill me was that mat. When this came up, it was like white. And I didn't get into this image. So thank you so much, because it is a beautiful image. So I'm definitely going to come up.
All right,
Amazing
yeah.
cap, really.
Yeah, so just kind of brief final comments. I mean, if we look at the 12 elements, impact, composition, creativity, technical excellence, and all the rest, I really feel like the maker has done a superior job of handling everything with this image. I'm going to keep my score at 90 in the superior category, and I invite you to join me.
Hey, judges, please rescore. $88. Thank you, judges.
In Pursuit.
$82.
Finding Peace.
$77.
Bloom.
$83.
I'll challenge that. I'm at an 85 up in the excellent category. Great impact, lovely colors, fantastic, kind of got that dead center composition that works for a subject like this, presented in a square frame. I found the lighting on this one to be interesting in that, it is such that the kind of the colors on the flower coupled with the lighting give us all these little these highlight bits at the tips of all these petals that, in some ways the light helps kind of draw my eye, both into and out of this image as I look at it on my screen. Thought it was, well presented, and I'm up in the excellent category.
Okay, I scored this initially to 78, and I think, again, I missed something here. I was a little taken back by the lack of detail in those highlights and the tips there, but listening to what Aaron just said about how it brings your eye into the main image, I'm definitely coming up in my score. I'm definitely liking this much more, and I'm really glad we're discussing this particular image. I didn't want to shortchange the maker.
I gave it an 86, and I would have went higher. What bothers me is, like, in 3 out of the 4 corners, they've got the bright white there. That draws me out of the image, but it's still such a strong image. And I love it. So I'm going to stay at my score.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, it's possible that, a little less light in the corners might have helped keep us in, but, I don't think that's a strong detraction. And, although the white tips, don't have a ton of detail, I don't feel like the photographer lost any by blowing out the highlights. I think the white tips on these flowers just are kind of naturally white and lacking detail. So I'm going to keep it at 85 and invite you to join me in the excellent category.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. $85. Thank you, judges.
The ocean in motion.
We have an 80 and we have a majority challenge.
Majority what?
Majority challenge. Mary Louise, you have an 85. So why don't you take this? The other two were 78s.
Okay. I like this image a lot. When it first came up, again, that might match, but taking into consideration what Aaron said earlier about the fine art, then I put that aside and just looked at it. And this is such a pleasing image. And I just love how you see the beach and the water and the pier, and it just all comes together for me.
Okay, I scored this a 78. And there are really two subjects here. There's that breaking water in the foreground and the dock, and they're not connected. The dock takes your eye to the middle of the image where there is nothing. And then I'm looking down at the breaking water there, and it doesn't go anyplace except towards the camera, of course. I love the texture of the sky. I think this is technically a very well handled image, but artistically it's not balanced. And that's what keeps keeping me out of the score there. And as far as the white matte, I don't think it helps here. It helped in the other one because it was such a dark, moody image. This has highlights in it that are contrasted by the white matte. So all in all, I'm keeping this out of the merit category for those reasons.
I was at a 78. I appreciate the pier kind of being a strong leading line to bring me into this image, along with the lines of kind of the waves receding there off the beach in the foreground. The photographer was faced with a challenging, very contrasty lighting situation here, and I think they did the best that they could. Given that, the reality is that you do end up with kind of some really contrasty, highlight versus shadows on that pier, whereas you have that softer foreground on the beach with sharp contrasty rocks in it, and then the photographer is attempting to tell kind of a softer story with the motion of the waves. And so kind of overall, that didn't really come together congruently. One more technical thing I do want to mention that, is the kind of thing that will, kind of help keep you out of the merit category in competition. There are a couple little dark dots. I don't know if they're sensor dust or editing issues or things like that in the image. There's one, probably about a quarter of the way in from the right-hand corner along the top of the image. And there's one in the clouds just above the horizon, maybe 15-20% in from the left side of the image. And so with those technical issues, I am at a 78, just below the merit.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely see that here.
$79. Thank you, judges.
Where's Waldo and my wife?
$80.
On the lookout.
$80.
Come in-
I just wanted to question one thing on that. Just bring the judge's attention to it. I was going to be in the merit category too. I scored a 79. Excuse me. Pardon me. I'm looking at the edges around the duck itself, and it looks like I could definitely see some artifacts there. So again, if you guys feel that that's not the case, that's so. But that's what's keeping me out of the merit category. Those edges there around the duck.
I'm not seeing anything that's jumping out at me to the point where it's a concern,
Okay,
Yeah,
but
I don't see it either.
all right.
Come into my fantastical world.
$79.
I'll challenge this. I was in an 82 deserving of a merit. What an interesting kind of, creative concept and image. And I feel like, it's got that soft, airy feeling to it, which fits into the overall storytelling, the theme of, coming into my fantastical world. So love to hear why we're not up in the merit category.
Okay, I scored, this is a 78. I like the concept of the theme there. I think that brown frame just kills it. It's like chocolate all around it, and it just takes away from that the framing, the presentation. Really kills a really interesting image there. Something very simple, black, with maybe a little white line or a gray line around it would have enhanced this, but for me it's really bringing it down. It's got a lot of potential there, and I think if you change the presentation, this is going to really sail.
I scored it at a 78 for the above reasons, but I do like this image. And I think actually I'm going to come up because, they can change the background. They know that this is going to go on further. So with that, I would say yes, definitely, but I would change the matting on this.
All right. Sounds like the main concern was the presentation. And I agree, it's not awesome. On the other hand, it's not like neon pink either, to the point where I think it's a big enough flaw to bring the whole image, away. If we look at the 12 elements overall, presentation is one of them. This one isn't the strongest, but it's also not, not as bad as it could be. And so if we look at the image overall, I think it has enough strengths to give it a low merit score. I gave it an 82. I'm going to stay there, but judge as you feel.
Judges, please score. Great. 80. Thank you, judges.
The sea reclaims.
$78.
In pursuit.
$82.
Dreaming tropical.
$81.
To be continued.
$86.
Reflections of a painterly sky.
$80.
Cuddling kid goats.
$75.
An autumn evening to remember.
$84.
I'm going to challenge. I went to a 35 on this. I'd like to get this up a point into the next category. It's got tremendous impact. It's such a beautiful scene. It's so well handled technically and artistically. I actually really love that map, that the blue into the blue into the blue into the blue. And that setting sun is perfectly positioned. I just like everything about this, and I think it should be in the next category.
I was also at an 85 for all of the strengths that were just pointed out.
I was probably low at the 82, but I'm willing to come up. Definitely, it's a beautiful image.
'85. Thank you, judges.
Don't wolf down your food.
'82.
Mystical morning light.
'82.
A
I have a
southwestern.
comment. I'm sorry. I just had a comment on that one. Okay. I initially liked this very much. I scored this a 78, and the one thing that I think should be done is to crop it more from the bottom. I'm not challenging this because I think it is deserving of a merit, but I think if you crop some of that foliage out from the bottom and bring that literally bring the mountain down a little bit, it's going to increase the impact of the main subject. And I'm saying this so that it scores better the next time around, because I think that's going to be a big help for this. I don't know what my other judges feel about that, but I think that could be a big plus to make this beautiful image even better.
Yeah, definitely like a Slim Jim, even almost.
Thank you, judges.
Not too Slim Jim, because you definitely need some sky. You don't want to come too close to the top of the mountain. But cropping it from the bottom, I think, is going to be a big help. So if the maker is listening, see if that works.
Thank you, judges.
A southwestern treasure.
'83. Judges, this is when we were planning on taking our break. We had a short break before, but would you like another break? And if so, how long?
I don't need one, and I just wanted to talk about this image for a second.
Okay, yeah,
I actually have this, I'm a challenge I have in the next category is an 86. I just think this is just absolutely splendid. The technical capture of this and the fact that I believe this was a very small f-stop, so you get that brilliant sun sparkle. It's perfect timing, perfect composition, beautiful color. I love the contours of this, and I think it deserves more than just the merit. It should be the next category.
Right. I was in an 82, deserving of a merit for all the strengths that have been said. It's a well done capture of a subject in a location that I think a lot of us have seen a lot of times. So maybe it's not doesn't have quite as much creativity as some images, but that said, the maker handled this very well from a technical standpoint. The sun rays are a nice element. I'm listening.
I gave it an 80 because of those reasons, but also, again, the bottom part is chopped off. I would assume this is like a well-known landmark that you would have thought all of that would have been in there, because I believe that all of it is part of the image. So I would have liked to seen the rest on the bottom, but I believe it is a merit image.
My feeling is that cropping at the bottom there is not a big deal at all. Just look at the rest of the composition there. It's a semicircle, so it's the circle is not complete. You don't know if there's something that's at the bottom that would have been distracting, but I'm looking at the image as is, and it really works. And being at the right time at the right place with the right technical abilities to capture this. It's just really outstanding. So, please think of coming up a little bit.
'84. Thank you, judges. So we heard from one judge that he does not need a break. How do the other two judges feel?
Yeah, I'm good to keep rolling for now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good too.
Okay, this is image number 84 will be the next one, and we have 122. So we're we'll pass halfway. So great. All right, Kevin, if you would read the next category.
Okay, we are into artistry. The purpose of this competition is to allow the entrant to demonstrate their art skills. The judges will place emphasis will be placed on digital, artistic, and technical proficiency. Okay. You must include guide images without
That's
guide
so
images. Are scored but not eligible for awards. For this category only, you may use elements like textures, stock images. The main subject must be photographed by the maker. So we go into artistry with number 1, metamorphosis.
Do we need to recuse ourselves if we think we know the maker?
Yes, you would hit the DQ on the score pad.
Okay.
I think if you're going to score it. If not, I think you formally have to put DQ on the score pad, Mary Louise.
Oh, I thought I did. Wait a
I
minute.
didn't enter.
Nope, this is Mary Louise. So it's I have 2 scores, but not hers.
Okay, oops, wait a minute. And, okay. Whoops, what happened?
No, it's not showing up as anything, not a score nor a DQ.
Wait a minute. Oops, hold on. I don't know what happened here.
You want to clear?
Yes, let me clear the scores and judges all
Okay.
please and re-enter.
Oops, hold on a second. Where did it go? Oops, hello, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, did you get it?
Yes.
Okay.
So Lisa, Jack said that he can be the alternate.
Okay.
He is signed into printcompetition.com, so
All right,
Oh,
so he'd have to
okay, I
go
didn't real-
to, yeah, we
I
didn't
did not
plan.
realize
for
that
this,
you
yeah.
needed to say that to have another judge. Because I DQ'd myself on a couple of items.
that's okay. We can bring those back.
So we are going to, at the.
I don't
very-
disagree, by the way, I did not disagree, excuse me a second, I did not disagree with the score on any of them.
Okay,
Okay?
okay. But if you want Jack to do it, he can look at it and just verbally give the score, and then you can put it in as,
Yeah, but he needs to look at it on the remote app, not on Zoom. So
Right.
we're gonna have to do it at the end unless he's in the remote app right now.
well, he's on printcompetition.com, so I don't know what you mean by the remote app.
So the remote app is how the judges view the images. So we would
Uh-huh.
have him log in as that so that he could actually see the image on his computer rather than via Zoom.
Okay, I don't want to hold this up, so sorry. I just know that if anybody, we've had some DQs, so I just wanted to make sure that, I talked to him and he said he could do it, so,
Okay, we'll do those at the end. We'll go back to those. So
okay.
Jack, don't go anywhere. Okay, so this one is going to be one of the images that get rescored at the end. Then. So.
The family tree.
I just realized, what was the score on the last image? Because I don't think I heard it. On the previous image, what was the score on that?
So it's good to we have an alternate that is going to help us rescore. So
Oh,
we're gonna
okay,
take
okay.
those two scores and we're going to add it to
Gotcha.
we have
Okay.
we have a
So I
few
did-
that we're gonna go back through and put an alternate in. So
Okay.
$82.
Who are you going to call COVID busters?
$83.
New driver in the family.
Sorry, 1 second. We have a 78 and we have a majority challenge. We have 80, 80 and 74.
Okay, I scored this an 80. I think it's very cute, it's well executed. I like the cartoonish aspects of the cutouts. It's well put together, and I think the person did a good job. I don't know if it would go into the next category, but as a composite, it really works very nicely.
I gave it an 80 for those reasons. I believe that definitely deserving of a merit. I think it's a cute image, and that's the impact of it.
I give it a 74 in the average category. For me, it didn't really come together either as just a competition overall in the context of the 12 elements, or as, you know, specifically in the artist category as demonstrating merit level proficiency with the artwork and editing that was done. You know, if we look at the image overall, you know, the resulting scene that we have, the final image, you know, it is not particularly interesting from a lighting standpoint. I agree that it's, you know, a cute concept, kind of fun subject matter and storytelling there. You know, from a technical standpoint, as we look at the composition that was done, you know, we have a fairly straightforward, you know, cutout of these 3 different source images, you know, cut cleanly and basically dropped onto the cartoonish background, you know, which is not a particularly complex or, you know, difficult task from a technical standpoint. If we're looking at a maker to demonstrate, you know, technical excellence and technique and proficiency with those aspects of it, I feel like this just doesn't quite get us up to the merit category.
All right, I'm listening to you. I think you're right. It's fun, it's cute, but if this category is supposed to show real artistic and technical ability, it's basic. This is a cutout 101 kind of print. So I'm going to come down to about a 78 on this one. I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree.
$77. Thank you, judges.
Must keep going.
So I must keep going, was it?
Must keep going.
Must go.
$79.
I'll challenge this one. I'm at an 82 up in the deserving of a merit category. I think as we look at this resulting piece, I think the story that's being told here is interesting. We have this, whatever this creature is that the maker brought together from this source image, you know, that's on this journey through the snow. We can see the bad weather. You know, if we look at the technical aspects of this and evaluating it from an artistic standpoint, you know, this isn't a simple composite of dropping things together. We see that the maker's taken the source image with the snow and they've done a fair amount of artwork on it to add in some more snow on that path. They've added the footprints in behind the subject. You know, they have, you know, made that subject look realistic in that environment for that kind of fantasy scene that it is. I think overall it comes together for a merit piece.
Okay, so I'll score this a 77 on the basis that, I mean, yes, I could see there's a lot of work done on it, but the background looks so much sharper than the subject in the foreground. And, you know, I think it should be the opposite way. The background should enhance the foreground, the main subject. And that rope or whatever is coming out of into the lower right. I can't see if it's a rope or a stick or whatever, but as I said, I think the emphasis is wrong there because my eye is going more to the background than to the foreground of this.
Yeah, I give it a 7.8. I agree with that. And it just kind of looks like that subject was like cut and paste. There's sharp edges on the edges, but the middle part is not sharp. It's soft. And at first I had to look to see, if there was a face there or not. I get the concept. And again, I think that the emphasis should have been on then that subject matter. So it's been said.
All right. Well, we may end up with just a disagreement of opinion here. I will address kind of the aspect of the subject and kind of the front of the whatever this creature is, looking soft. I think that some of what you're seeing there is that you're seeing that as it's being viewed through, the snowfall and the blowing snow and things like that. As to the background sharpness, doesn't strike me as particularly crisp. It could be softer and still fit in overall into the scene. I agree. I'm comfortable with my 82, but if you're not, definitely land wherever you land.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. 79.
Okay, that was the last one for artistry. We're now into reportage or photojournalism. Images are pretty much as straight out of the camera. The original capture image in RAW or JPEG must be available if requested by the committee. Only basic color and brightness adjustments, cropping, dodging, and burning are allowed. Images that illustrate an actual public or non-public event, life, an area of human interest, telling news that have meaning in the context or record of events, high impact and or lasting emotional response. Images that illustrate sporting events are included herein. No paid time for subjects here. Only single capture images will be accepted. Composite multiple image exposure images are accepted. All right. The first one cub to the other. Told you not to mess with mom's lunch.
$82.
Conversation with a congresswoman.
$77.
Hugging in the rain.
I'm not seeing an image yet.
Me neither.
$76.
Getting into character.
Repeat that, please.
Getting into character.
Okay.
'76.
Focused and determined.
We have a 79 and a majority challenge. We have Mary Louise and Paul at 80 and Aaron at 77. So if we could have a discussion, please.
Okay, I score this as an 80. It's a nice capture. You got good expressions. The motion is frozen there. You got the leading lines, the arms going right to and the attention going to the ball. So it's a really good a good sports shot, and I think that's what this unit is all about. This is photojournalism, and this is a perfect example of good photojournalism. Good exposure, good technique.
I scored it as an 80, believing it's deserving of a merit. Again, I could see this in the newspaper.
I scored this a 77 in the above average category. It's not a, it doesn't have any serious flaws. To me, it didn't quite have the impact I would be hoping for to bring a photojournalism image up into the merit. From a composition standpoint, it's very, very tight. I kind of wish I maybe had a little bit more foreground in front of that ball, and then the chopping off of the person kind of mid-body right up through their crotch on the left-hand side is a bit distracting. That's where I landed.
That's what kept me from going higher.
Well, that's
I would-
kind of a minor thing. It's background, and the background is all out of focus there. And you got to figure there's spectators there. The main action is what it was captured, and that's the point of this. This doesn't look like just an amateur shot. Somebody knows what they're doing in hitting the shot at the right moment. So I think it's got all the elements of a merit print. Some minor things in the background. I don't think it's going to take away 20 points or 21 points. Rescore?
Yes, judges, please rescore. '80. Thank you, judges.
Thank you.
Just
Day
a
of-
reminder that this category is that you can't like remove or add anything to it. This is the reportage category too. So,
But cropping, if you crop it,
yes.
All right. Day of the Dead Goddesses.
'78.
Shall We Dance?
'78.
Down on His Luck.
78.
I'll challenge this. I was in an 81, deserving of a merit. As a reportage piece, the photographer has seen some, has discovered an interesting subject here. We've got the gentleman with his guitar and his dog. His hat's there as he's, begging for coins because he's down on his luck. From a composition standpoint, the photographer's, created an interesting composition with the subject's placement in the frame, kind of the horizontal and vertical lines we have around them kind of helps naturally frame this image. Felt that it was deserving of a merit and would love to hear why we're not there.
Okay, I'm probably low man on the totem pole. I scored a 75. I thought it was underexposed and didn't have any kind of pop to it. I'm definitely willing to come up a little bit, but I just think that the initial capture could have been had more contrast, and certainly the print and here the white background detracts from it. It doesn't help it at all, and the image is way too small in that frame. So that's basically why I kept it out of the merit category.
For those reasons, I gave it a 78. There's really no light on his face. It's more on the guitar. The dog's face is brighter than the gentleman's. And then that black window on the right, that's the darkest point there. So my eye goes there and not to him.
So just one thing, I think there's no directional light there, but his skin tones are dark. You can't fault the maker for capturing someone with dark skin tones. So that's not something I'd be aware of, but I think the overall image itself is underexposed. That's basically what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think those are fair points. I think, I perhaps got a little too attached to the subject and the story and, neglected some of the other things. You're right. I mean, the highest contrast parts of the scene are the brightness on the guitar and that dark shadow on the window, neither of which really is where we ideally have our eye going in this scene. So I overscored it first. I'm going to lower myself to a 79.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. $78.
We will never forget, so one day he will know.
Hold it, I just lost my screen here. Come on.
Aren't computers great?
No, this is my phone. I just lost the app here. Okay, I'm coming back. All right. I'm back.
We have a 79 and a majority challenge. Aaron or Mary Louise, you had merit. So
Sure, I'll start. I was in an 81, deserving of a merit. And, when we talk photojournalism, it's going to be, obviously we look for a solid capture overall, but it's all about the story and the storytelling here, with that's, the title of, the subject who's gone, and then with someday he may know, we've got, presumably the mother carrying the child here who, the child probably didn't know the father, grandfather, whoever the subject of, this t-shirt and this story is. But someday that child will know because of all these other people that are remembering it, as an image, as a photograph. We've got a nice kind of tight square composition and crop right around these people. There's nothing distracting at the edges of the frame that got cut off to pull my eye out of where it should be looking. And the t-shirts help tell the story, and that's kind of compositionally we've got the three of them balanced across the image. I think the maker did a good job with it.
I gave it a merit. I believe, again, this is something that you would see in the newspaper, in a newsletter. They captured them. You could tell that they're walking forward. It's believable, and I believe it deserves a merit.
Okay, I'm listening to you. What was the title again? The exact title again?
We will never forget, so one day he will know.
Okay. I'm listening to what my colleagues say. I'm gonna come up with my scoring. I definitely think it works. I didn't think it worked initially. I thought it was a little bit, the composition was a little confusing, but I definitely see your point.
$80. Thank you, judges.
Dead in drag.
$76.
Teach them young.
We have 80 and a majority challenge. We have a 78, Mary Louise, Paul 82, and Aaron 79.
Okay, I scored this an 82. The whole point of photojournalism is to tell a story. And this is the story of a young man who will be voting one day. He's got the flag bandana there. I think the title just brings it all together. It's funny. At our polling place, they had one area with this was this past year, and one area where little kids were, and they were playing with some of the discarded pieces of paper, and they were pretending to vote. So I think this is a perfect example of capturing something. This is definitely like going to the local newspaper or whatever, and it works. So please give me your feedback, please.
I was at a 70.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I was at a 79. I was really close to the merit. I love the story, and all of what you just said, I can't disagree with. For me, the main issue that, and I waffled on where to go with this, the main issue I have is just that, that bright whiteness of that paper ballot, and then the file folder right behind the subject's face really just kept drawing my eye there. I might be, that might not be a fatal flaw. That might be the kind of thing where I just need to come up and join you. But, because there is a lot to like about this here. I'm definitely not opposed to it.
I was at a 78 for those reasons, the white paper, just because there's an image, that you take, you have to look and see again, that white spot behind his face. He's little. This doesn't show really that he's that little. He's so big in the frame, and yet you see him, and the ballot box is so big. It's kind of like, okay, which is the hero in the image? Again, you have to look at the overall and see what else. Sometimes coming in tight does work. Sometimes you need a little bit more room, especially with the title that you're using. So to me, it just missed the mark.
Okay, as far as, I don't think there's any doubt that the kid is little and the box is big. It's an adult sized box, and you can see the people in the background who are 10 feet or so, 15 feet away are much taller than him. So I really don't see how that's a negative factor. I mean, I just love this kid, his little delicate hands there. The back of his head with the hair unkempt there, and certainly the flag mask. It tells the whole story there. And if the paper's a little bit too white, again, it's PJ. That you have to take with a grain of salt. Photojournalism, when it first started becoming popular in the late in the mid to late 80s, the traditional photographers were making these kind of comments. Well, it should be this, you should be able to control it with your lighting in it. This is what photojournalism is about. Sometimes it's not perfect, but the story is what is important. And the story works here.
Ready to rescore?
'81. Thank you, judges.
Thank you, judges.
You're welcome.
All right, that is it for reportage. Now moving into lifestyle. Candid images. The primary goal is to tell stories about people's lives. These images would be a day in the life of or the art of the everyday, with people in candid situations. No setups, models, or paid time for subjects. First one is, how do I look?
One second, I gotta scroll all the way down.
Okay.
75.
The International Space Station crosses the sun 6/11/2021.
We have a 79 with a majority challenge. Paul had 82, Aaron 81, and Mary Louise 75.
I can start. Yeah.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Sure.
You take it.
Yeah, sure. I don't know I have a ton to say about this image, but I'll just say, I put this up into the merit category primarily on, the technical reasons of the photographer who went through the process to make this capture, and to end up with, something interesting, something different that we don't see every day. I think compositionally it was handled well, giving us kind of this almost panoramic, horizontal presentation of it as the station kind of moves diagonally through the frame. A nice simple presentation works well here, doesn't distract me from the image. I think the maker should be commended.
I absolutely agree. the technical expertise of capturing this scene and putting it together like that is really awesome. You know, and by the way, Aaron, you said about the composition, having the edge of the sun coming down in that crescent over there with the black void of space where it's going into, it's incredible storytelling as well as technique. And I think I score this as an 82 in the merit category. I think it definitely should be going blue.
I scored this a 75. The writing, maybe that I'm looking at it and I changed even glasses and it looks all out of focus to me, but it could be my eyes. So, and then, and I thought it was the screen, but apparently not. Right above the first one on the left-hand side, maybe not quite a quarter of the way down, there's a black spot. Is that, I don't know what.
Okay, I can explain that. That's a sunspot. That's actually part of what's on the surface of the sun. That's not a dust spot. That's a
Okay, because there's
sunspot.
another one on the,
And as far as the writing is concerned, that's the solar panels of the space station.
Oh,
There's no
okay.
lettering. So, you know, I just wanted you to understand what the scene is all about and what was actually captured there. You're talking about something 92 million miles away. That's a hell of a long lens. Were we scoring?
Yes, please. 81. Thank you, judges.
Breaking through.
'82.
Eye on the prize.
'80.
Twins awaiting senior season.
Did this score?
No, I'm still waiting for Paul's score on this one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I sent it. My apologies.
No worries.
I
75.
thought I hit send, and I'm looking at the screen. I wasn't looking at my my device. Usually it's the other way around, right?
Where did that score?
My
75.
apologies.
75. All right.
That's sort of 75.
When you love and laugh, you live a beautiful life.
We have an 80 and we have a majority challenge. Paul, you're the high with 86.
All right. I scored this an 86. All right. I've done, let's go back to the screen for a second. Get it up there. Okay. I've done a lot of portraits in my life, and I shot 2,500 weddings. This is the kind of scene that a lot of non-conventional people flip over. When they don't want the formal portrait, they want the natural portrait. This is so natural. The connection between them, the love, the enthusiasm, the happiness there, and there's motion there and emotion, and I absolutely love it. This is exactly what photojournalism is all about in a nutshell. If you're using this as an example, I mean, this fairly flat overhead lighting. I mean, that's not in the control of the photographer, but it actually enhances the scene. So I'm telling you, I just love this particular image. Hello?
I'll chime in. I was at a 78 in the above average category. I love the subject matter, love the emotion, with them. And I feel like the title, plays right into that. For me, I was held back, the flat lighting, doesn't add anything to the image. Having the edge of the building or barn or whatever that is on the left-hand side, kind of coming right out of the top of the groom's head or gentleman's head, not awesome from a compositional standpoint. And the solid black and thick white black matte with that thick white key line was not really enhancing the image either as well. So
I gave it a 77 for those reasons. And also, with his right arm, that kind of looks more posed. She's very stagnant. Her expression doesn't match her body pose. And for that kept me out of the merit category.
Okay, guys. Okay, I'm seeing this so differently. Okay, I'll first talk about the body pose. She just came up. She's laughing. She's happy. This is not an embrace, one of these strong embraces, but that magic between them is right there. Look at his expression. Look at the casualness of this. And by the way, on the wall of the structure there, you got two leading lines going right to the groom. It's and as far as the lighting is concerned, that's the lighting. That's what photojournalism is all about. You capture what's there, and it's very soft, inobtrusive lighting. The fact also that you got that dark background that just makes them pop out of that background. You got the fence leading into them. I don't know what could be a better example of fabulous photojournalism. As far as the framing, again, you can't take a frame and say it's 22 points and take away 22 points for a frame. And I don't think it's such a bad framing job to begin with, because that black with the simple keeps it simple. So it works for me, guys. It really does. And I'm these people. I'm sorry. I'm talking too much.
Sorry, this is in lifestyle. It's not in photojournalism. So that changes it too then a little bit.
I don't know why. It's lifestyle. That's them. Like, I don't know what to say, We can't be so much involved with the formality of portraiture. Okay, this is not a posed shot. It's life. Yeah, it is lifestyle, but it still is a PJ kind of shot. So, I don't know, I think I've said my piece here, guys.
Did my rescore go through?
Yes, 80.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
A growing problem.
$78.
All right, I'm gonna challenge that, please. I scored as an 80, okay? And I know there is some technical issues here, but to me, the technical issue is subsidiary to what the message is. The title again, exact title again?
A growing problem.
Okay. The problem is what is ever going on in this person's life. And the fact that you can't see the person the same way that that bird there is indifferent to the person's problems. That to me is what the story is all about. The bird is indifferent, the way people go past someone in the street who are begging and they're homeless and so forth and don't pay any attention to them. That's what this bird is doing. And that growing problem in the cold, being wrapped up and sitting on a cold bench, that's what the problem is. And it's captured here beautifully. So I gotta look past any technical things because it's actually not bad technically. Okay, the person is in a shadow, but that's what that person's life is all about, darkness.
I was at a 78 in the above average category. I appreciate you bringing bird indifference into kind of the story that you understood here, because, for me, the bird was kind of a distracting element. I mean, in the frame, the bird is larger than the person's head as I look at it. And, presuming that the person, who's down on their luck and is, I'm guessing is sitting there with their belongings, is that center subject. The bird didn't play into that for me. Storytelling is a big part of an image like this. Perhaps the most important part, but we do have the other 11 elements that we consider when we judge a competition image. As I go through those, as I look at, impact, composition, technical excellence, center of interest, creativity, style, technique, all of these different things. Well, I agree there's an interesting story here being told. The other elements don't all quite come together, whether it be lighting, from a composition standpoint, our person is basically dead center in the frame. There's that bright, the bright columns and the white area above is, kind of the brightest large area in the frame and brings my up there. And so while I appreciate that the maker, I think, did a good job of telling this story, I feel like as a competition piece, I'm solidly in the above average category, but I wasn't up to the merit.
For those reasons, I agree with Aaron. And like I say, again, if we had the physical print that we could turn upside down, which normally you would do, what do you see? Those white columns. I mean, and that's just by cropping. If you took it out, you were there at the moment, but it's like, just because you take the photograph, again, you could read into whatever you want. And that's each, and the maker could have a totally different story about it, but we're judging what's here. And the brightest part of that image is those columns. And my eye goes right there before I even see him
Or her.
or her.
That's
They
the
got
point.
the-
You don't know who that person is. The person
Well,
is,
You
the
look at the
person is
shoe.
a non-entity.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm getting, I get very enthusiastic and emotional about stuff, so you'll pardon me if I'm a little bit too over the top with my critique. Anyway, we can move on, guys.
Please rescore. 78.
Playing under the waterfall.
$79.
Sisterhood of Survivors.
$76.
The selfie moment.
$77.
Check this off the bucket list.
$77.
Sailor's Delight.
$79.
Edited for lifestyle.
Aaron asked if you could do a quick break before we start this category.
Okay.
But how many more images do we have, guys?
Uh,
We have 11.
Okay, great.
11 images and then tie breaks and then critique.
Okay, because I have to leave around 5:30 because I got to pick up my daughter. So I just wanted to be aware of that.
okay.
Sounds good. Be right back.
So this is a good point. Everybody who is still on the call, if you haven't given me 2 images to critique, if you could please do that, because I'm making a list to send over to Patty so she can prepare them. You can just put it in the chat. Thank you.
Give me about 30 seconds and I'll be ready to go here. All right, Erin's ready when the rest of you are.
Oh, hold on. Oh. Oh, come on.
Okay. I'm back, guys.
We have the last category and the last 11 images.
On the homeward stretch here. Wedding photography of brides and grooms and bridesmaids and groomsmen, etc. Images must be taken in direct correlation and in the same constraints of a wedding event. Short category description. All elements in the wedding category must be created during the time constraints of the actual event. For this category, judges will keep in mind that the maker has limited control over many aspects, such as subject matter, environment, and time of day. In addition to the 12 elements for an image to be merit-worthy in the wedding competition, additional evaluation may be considered for the entries that illustrate the personality of the subject or subjects and the story of the wedding, as well as the artistic and technical skills of the image maker. Ultimately, additional considerations may be given to the maker for technical and artistic executing at a merit level in spite of challenges involved at an actual wedding. With that, first one in the wedding category, this is for you, Grandpa.
I'm not seeing an image.
Should be.
And not seeing it here either.
Oh, boy. Come on, the final stretch. We're on technical now. Come on. You see it now?
No.
I'm going to refresh and relog in.
Refresh too.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything at all.
Oh, now it says communication has been disrupted. Update failed ready. Whatever that means. Oh, come on. just emailed the person who does the program because it just says communication has been disrupted, updated, ready, failed, whatever that means. And I tried getting out and getting back in. Oh, come I'm gonna stop share for a second and I'm gonna close the browser. So close to the end.
Close, but no cigar. Sure, blame the judges.
That's not my message.
I mean, at least the,
Judges are on a break. Okay,
Hey,
here we go.
I see an image now.
Hey.
Can we get the title again?
Oh, I don't see. I don't see an image.
I see an image.
Yeah, you. I see you on the screen.
If
Yeah, and now I see Aaron on the big screen and Paul on the big screen.
Are
but-
you looking at the remote judging on printcompetition.com or are you
Oh,
looking at Zoom?
Yep, wait a minute. What happened here? I don't know why that went. Hold on a second. Hold on. Oh. Okay, okay, dun, dun, dun. Okay, why isn't it coming up? For some reason it went to Zoom. I don't know why. I put pre-competition. Okay, why isn't it going? Okay, Judge A, that's it. Yep, go. Oh, come on. I don't have anything. Oh, there we go. Okay, is it a family?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So if we could have the title, then we'll judge.
All right. This is for you, Grandpa.
$74.
First dance.
$78.
Hands, bands, and flowers.
No image.
I'm not seeing it either. There we go.
76.
Majestic.
'78.
I'll challenge this. I give this a merit at 81. I think Majestic's a fantastic title here. You know, we've got the bride and groom. You know, from a composition standpoint, they are kind of centered within the frame, which is not normally something we are excited about. But I think that works here because they're well supported by the other things around them. You know, we've got the groomsmen and the bridesmaids form some nice leading lines leading up to the steps. Where they're at, you know, we have the the officiant behind them. It kind of just puts together a nice overall triangle composition, you know, for that part of the image. You know, interesting lighting here, right? Obviously, you've got the high kind of upper left backlight going on, and you've got that lighting flare over on the right hand side of the image. You know, and almost a rainbow effect slightly inside of that coming across that second groomsman down. I mean, not something we see every day, but I think it works in this image to kind of help frame the image and bring me back to the subject. You know, overall, I think the photographer did as again in this category, you know, the photographer probably didn't choose the time of day. You know, we probably could have gotten a more flattering time of day from the lighting standpoint, but given what they had to work with, I think they made a merit-worthy capture.
Okay, I'm looking at this very differently. I scored this a 76 for technical issues. That light is so distracting. It creates that halo around, which is lens flare. I mean, the only ring should be between the bride and the groom, not coming around the edges haphazardly. The people in the foreground are totally out of focus there as the flowers. It's not framing anything. And I mean, if they had zoomed in a little bit, if they used a lens shade, there were a lot of things that could have been done technically. But your eye, if you squint, your eye goes up to the upper left, not the bride and groom. And that's what is killing this for me. Because I mean, yes, the composition of the on the steps is very nice, but your eye goes right up to the upper left, not to the bride and groom.
For those reasons also, and not every image, I mean, this is what they call those green ribbon images. The bride and groom love them. They're going to get a lot of green. You're going to get a lot of green ribbons from your clients. But as far as a competition standpoint, they're going to kill you. They're going to kill you
That's
for all those reasons. It's, you know, like I say, sometimes we fall in love with an image because we're thinking emotionally, and that's what the bride and groom would look at. But as far as in judging, they would kill you.
All right, fair enough. I think we're going to agree to disagree on this one. I will agree it's definitely not a traditional image in any number of reasons, you know, ways that you point out. You know, I think it worked from a non-traditional kind of standpoint, but, you know, I can understand, you know, I understand and appreciate, you know, all the things you did point out. I'm going to stay in at 81, but if you're not there, you're not there.
78.
Shh, it's a surprise.
'75.
Summer breeze.
80.
Purple.
I have 2 scores. I still need yours, Paul. '81.
You take my breath away.
'79.
Lavender.
I'm not seeing anything yet.
Not seeing an image, Lisa. Oh, there it is.
you go.
'78.
A strong union.
'78.
Last one, solemn moment.
'76. All right, thank you, judges. So we do have some ties to break. And then Marietta has also been collecting images that were asked for critique. So at this moment, I'm going to pause the recording and
Okay, so the first one is, I don't think this was even on there. Hold on. Oh,
That was
okay, there we go. I've got 6 so far.
Are you announcing the winners first?
No,
we are not, because Paul wasn't exactly sure when he has to leave. And then Aaron
Yeah.
also has to leave by 6. So we thought we'd
Yeah,
do
I'll
the
ne-
critiques first.
Okay, gotcha.
okay, so the first one is Indian Princess to be critiqued.
We received a 79, right?
Yes.
Aaron and Mary Louise, you might be muted after coming
Oh,
back from the break.
Okay, yeah, no, here we go. So I'll just kind of chime in and, as I look at, so Indian Princess received 79. On that, I think obviously you've got a cute piece of subject matter here, and you're at 79. So it's right on that verge of the merit. It's one of those where the judges, were not strong either direction. As we look at this as a portrait from a lighting perspective, we do have directional light, kind of coming in from the right-hand side there. Compositionally, the child's placed, fairly centered within the frame. There's an interesting kind of darker, I think it's probably just a shadow on the background kind of coming off the upper right from the baby's head, which, is kind of interesting. That might be something where if you were able to kind of flatten that out with some editing, it's kind of one of the things where the background's pretty flat other than that. And then there's just kind of that one big shadow coming into the child. Overall, cute subject matter. I think the title is, appropriate. It kind of helps tell the story of this young Indian girl. Like I said, it ended up at a 79, which I know is super frustrating as an image maker. I'd rather have a 74 than a 79 in many ways, because a 74 gives me a really clear story, whereas a 79 says, you just missed it. But as I look at that, those are the things that come to my mind.
Yes, like I said, this just missed it. It's the, you could see it by the catch lights. The light was fairly low. So you're broad lighting her. And then, she's adorable with that arm out, because there's no reason. It's just, a baby's flare. They do that. But then, you got the right subject, but the wrong image. That's the thing here. Because there's nothing you can do with that arm. If you could stick something in there with Photoshop, it looks like it's been Photoshopped. I would check and see what other images you have of her in the session, because she is adorable.
Oh my God.
We going to the next one?
Laura
Are there
is
any
here,
comments
so.
Any comments from the peanut gallery on these things as well? I mean,
I
I realize
guess.
I'm not a judge, but one of the things I was wondering about on this image was, would it help it if there was just ever so slightly content, in the foreground behind the baby and in front of the baby, so it's not sitting, the baby's not sort of like drifting in space.
It could help it if there was maybe a little bit more there to ground it. I mean, I'm not looking for like a significant foreground here, but a little bit more foreground detail could help.
Because to me, it just feels like the baby's out there in space, and I'm an astrophotographer, and I've never seen a baby in my telescope.
Well, you can see the background, the foreground. I mean, it's different. It's a different material and everything else. So you can definitely tell that, she's on the ground, but it's that arm there that there's really nothing with this particular image, this image right here, that's going to bring it into that merit category.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Next one is Mirage. No, which one is this?
It's a night to remember.
Night to Remember,
Right.
yeah.
So what I remember from this when I looked at it the first time, and I don't remember where the score ended up on it. I remember that it ended up with what I felt was an appropriate score. Wonderful subject matter. I like the composition. I like
This
having
was an 85.
No, it wasn't.
No, this was not.
This is a
Sorry.
79.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
This scored
I'm
a
looking for it.
75 in another competition, not this one.
No, I was looking at a different Remember. That's something with Remember.
This is
This was a
79.
79.
Yeah.
So sorry.
79. Okay. My take on, so I love the composition. I love, having just a bit of the river in the foreground. I like how the twin light beam towers on the left-hand side are, mirrored by the building on the right. That the name's escaping me right now.
World Trade Center.
Yeah. The new, the new structure there. And so for me, I remember when I scored this one, the main thing that held me down is that there was nothing struck me as being sharp in the image. You know, the skyline, you know, even with a little bit of atmospheric haze and things like that, is that everything seemed just pretty soft and fuzzy. And on the one thing I did remember was, you know, on the Trade Center, on the building on the right that has that, you know, the spire on top, on the right-hand side near the top of that building, there was an area that looked, again, don't know whether it was just kind of natural softness as it was captured or whether there was maybe some editing done right at the edge of the building against the sky, but it was definitely kind of a soft, fuzzy area that looked like a technical issue. You know, for me, that was the, you know, those were the primary thoughts that I had as I was judging this.
Yeah, that's a reflection if you look really carefully.
Is it? Okay.
It's the side of the building that's being reflected on by the setting sun behind it. It's actually not soft if you zoom in.
Okay. Yeah. And I wondered if I was maybe looking at the side of the building, but it messed with my head because I didn't see anything else that looked like I was looking at the side of anything there. And I, you know, and it could just be the shape of the building having that contortion to it that, you know, again, kind of messes with, you know, someone's head as they look at it. So.
I think I gave it for the score for those reasons. And I thought that it looked like the horizon line was going down to the right. And even now, because it's on my phone at the moment, it still looks like it's kind of going down to the right. I don't remember the other comments that we made about it.
There were no comments that were made about it.
Oh.
That's why I'm asking you for comments now.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I wonder compositionally, I wonder if you got rid of just not a ton. I mean, not like all the blue off the top, but maybe say the top, I don't know, 15% of the image, you know, just to kind of tighten it up a little bit. I mean, having the lights go off into the sky is nice. And I do like having some of that blue at the top, but I wonder if maybe there is like half as much blue, if it would just kind of tighten everything up a bit. It would, you know, it would help increase the presence of the, you know, the right-hand side tower and spire, you know, by kind of moving that farther up within the frame.
All right, thank you. One other question, if I may. In a previous competition, this scored substantially higher, but it had a different name. It was called simply We Remember. Does that change anything in your mind? Because I know titles matter.
What's the title on this one right now?
In this competition, it was titled A Night to Remember, and remember was in quotes.
So
Yeah.
I don't think between those two titles, it would have affected me one way or the other. The only comment I would make, because you did make the comment about remember being in quotes, is just remember that when titles are read, judges have no idea that that was in quotes. You know, we only hear the title audibly. And so just kind of title advice for everybody is anything that involves, you know, wordplay, clever quotation marks, you know, homonyms, things like that can often lead to issues in image competition because the judges, you know, they hear it. And if it's not immediately kind of clear what it was, and then when they see the image, if it's not clear how it relates to the image, you know, it's not going to help you in any way. So.
Thank you.
Okay. This one is Mirage.
What did it score?
83.
Do you want to speak to this one first, Mary Louise? I've done the last couple, and then I'll.
I think it scored, I mean, it's a merit image. I think from what I remember the comments, it's a merit image. It's, you know,
Well,
it
let me ask you
doesn't take
so-
one way.
Should this be an image that was submitted? This was submitted not in artistic, but this was obviously heavily photoshopped. Should this be considered in the artistic category versus the illustrative category? The initial base
So-
image was one image of just of a vestibule of a hotel.
Yeah, so this looks like an image I would make. I've made many similar images to this in image competition. And you know, honestly, where they typically land is in that merit category, usually in the, you know, the 80 to 84 range. They don't, depending on the subject matter and, you know, the judging panel and all that, you know, and so when this came up and got scored and landed where it did, it seemed to me like, yeah, it seems about right. You know, as to, you know, so there's kind of a couple comments I would give the maker on this image. You know, this is an image that, you know, it definitely kind of shows a creative take on this scene. You know, from a technical standpoint, you know, this is an image where, you know, in looking at it, you know, we have a symmetrical scene. You know, looking at the, you know, the image, if we want to start talking about kind of nitpicky technical details. And as somebody who's made images like this, these are the kinds of things that I start to look at. Like if we look at where kind of that brighter arch that kind of goes across the top of the thing hits the side of the frame on either side, there's a hair more of that kind of bright white highlight showing on the right-hand side than on the left. You know, so it's very close to symmetrical, but not quite. That is very much a nitpicky detail, but that's the kind of thing that, like, you know, someone might point out if somebody were arguing to bring this up to an 88 or an 89, somebody might be like, well, yeah, it's not quite there. You know, what I find with these images a lot of times is if you can personify it or give it some sort of a solid story that, you know, that kind of helps make it more than just, oh, they took architecture and turned it into an interesting abstract. That will often help the score. You know, the title on this was what, Mirage? Is that?
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So, you know, nothing wrong with that title. You know, this would be one where, you know, sometimes, you know, in looking at it, you know, the other question that got asked was, you know, the artist category versus the, you know, I assume this was in, I think this was in illustrative. You know, with the artist category, the judges are going to be looking heavily for, you know, what did you do from a technical standpoint and how much artistic skill does it show? So, you know, if you can show, you know, the source capture image and then, you know, kind of tell the story of how you got here and it demonstrates a lot of technical skill, it could do well in artist. You know, on the other hand, if that's something where there's a source image and, you know, it got ran through some sort of automated filter that, you know, swirls it, and then it was mirrored and flipped, you know, to kind of create the final one. It's like, well, that's interesting, but doesn't necessarily demonstrate a high level of technical proficiency just because you were able to use that, you know, that filter and then, you know, mirror and flip it and things like that. So I think an image like this would probably, I would recommend keeping it in the illustrative category as opposed to the artist category, because I think in the artist category, unless you can really tell that story from the source images, I think, you know, it'll be harder to get it up in the score there.
Since we were taking comments from the peanut gallery, as someone has just earned my artistry, I found that 5 years ago, these scored very well and merited in artistry, and now they do not at all. So the bar has been raised by everybody kind of coming in with more elaborate things, and they look more at what the original was, and then they go, oh, so I love mirror images, and I did a lot that scored very well, made loan, and now they don't even merit. So it has changed even in the past 5 years.
Thank you for the feedback, everyone.
Oops, sorry.
Which one?
Oh, shoot. Hold on. I hit something.
There we go.
Okay,
Ah, yes,
there we
this
go,
one.
yeah. Mhm.
Where did this score?
This was 81.
81. I really liked this. I make it even more abstract, and I think it could go higher. And by make it even more abstract, what am I saying? Get rid of the shadowy areas in the top right and the lower right. as it is, it's a tight but not too tight crop onto the side of this bird. But by giving me that shadow area where I can just kind of see the edges of the bird, it's I can still, obviously identify it's a bird that was cropped off at those points. Whereas I think if it was a little tighter or even a square composition consisting of like the left, 80% of this image maybe, and be fully abstract. What was the title on this?
Dreaming Tropical, I think.
Dreaming,
Dreaming Tropical.
Yeah, so I like the title. I think that works. That's kind of my take on it. I mean, I love the color harmony throughout. I think the presentation complements the image well. I didn't see any technical flaws that are, either when I judged or as I'm looking at it now. In my mind, it's those shadowy areas on the right that prevent this from going higher.
Yeah, I concur.
Okay.
So I remember we talked about this one, and we had a challenge, and I think I was the one who was least in favor of it on the panel. I mean, that said, I remember Paul made some really great comments about the strengths of the image. In my mind, and I've been around soccer a lot. I actually referee youth soccer as a thing I do as well. And so, in my mind, it's a good capture that captures the game. From a photojournal, and this was in the photojournalism category, if I recall. And so we're not looking for a lot of, creative art stuff going on here. In my mind, there's, compositionally, the crop through the person on the left-hand side, I think is something I'd mentioned previously. And then the other thing is, as I look at, obviously it's a fairly tight crop in on these players as they look at this ball, not knowing what's around it. It's hard to say whether this would work or not. I'd be curious to mess with the rotation a little bit. I mean, obviously the horizon line is significantly not straight, which can work, but I'd be kind of curious to tilt it either direction and see how everything looked. Not saying there's anything wrong with it, but that might be something to experiment with.
Yeah, where did this score?
81. No.
Yeah.
Wait, this one?
Yeah, it scored in the merit image.
This is 80, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it scored in the, it's not a strong print, but it's deserving of a merit. Again, cropping, maybe even really tighter, to even get rid of, let's see, I'm trying to see if I can see. It's tough to get rid of that guy on the extreme right, because the image is basically these three guys here in the front. That's where the image is, but it definitely is deserving of a merit.
Next.
I was the low one on this, that I know, because I thought that the writing was out of focus. But then I did bring it up into the merit category.
I mean, I think there was some good discussion during the challenge. A couple of things, I would echo that having the edge of the sun on the side of the frame, that's really what tells me, that anchors it as the sun, as opposed to just, this object going across a yellow background, right? I mean, that gives me the edge of the edge of that. The sunspots being there, well, they are probably scientifically accurate. You might consider removing them for because this was not the photojournalism category. That's the kind of thing where, even though they're scientifically accurate, assuming that's what they are, you might consider removing those for the competition, just because anything that can cause a judge to wonder, is that a technical problem?
Of course, no problem.
Might be able to get explained away, but if you can avoid them having to ask and explain that in the first place, that's even better.
Just a comment from the print committee. He had more than 3 images in a category, and we moved this into another category. So this would have been in a different category, but our rules are you can only have 3 images in. So we put this into lifestyle. He had it in, was it nature or illustrative? I forget.
No, it was illustrated.
Illustrative. So that was on us. So we didn't want to disqualify the image, so
Right.
we moved it. So it would have been an illustrative. So
Yeah,
And
illustrative is probably the right place for this, in general, I would say.
My question about this was effectively, this is the second time this image was in a PPA competition, and it was argued up, which doesn't give me a lot of confidence to send it into regional, or doesn't give me any confidence at all, frankly, because I don't want anybody arguing, on the fringe of merit or not.
Mhm.
But technically, this is an insanely hard image to get because the
Right.
space crosses the sun in 0.6 seconds, and you have to be lined up with a telescope. I mean, it's like
Mhm.
it's an insanely difficult image to physically capture. But I get that nobody gives a shit about that.
Well, and it's
As a judge, if you don't know that, that's the thing, like I'm looking at this and I
Right,
even
yeah.
had different glasses and I put on different glasses to see, and I'm like, it looks all blurry to me, and then when it was described, I was like, oh, okay. Same thing with the sunspots. You don't want to leave anything for the judge to to wonder, what is that? Like I say, I looked at this and it's, even when I enlarge it, it's blurry to me. But like I say, that's probably my eyes. And we don't know how difficult it is. That's the thing. Somebody in your field would go like, oh my God, this is like really difficult. But as a judge, if this is not our expertise in this field here of this type of photography, we don't know that.
So the bottom line is, leave it on the cutting room floor for IPC or for regionals.
what
Save
I
it
would,
as a filler.
yeah, what I would say is, there's kind of a couple of things. One is, for better or for worse, difficulty is not one of the 12 elements, right? And so, this is one where, I have some understanding of what goes into making an image like this. And I think I even mentioned that in my comments, is that, based on the technical difficulty that it would take to make this image, I wanted to, reward, the maker for that. That said, it's not, I don't want to say it's not a typical or it's not the usual thing that we see in PPA competitions, but sometimes doing something very different can go very well for a maker. Sometimes if the judges don't fully understand it, it's more of a gamble. And if it requires, a judge on the panel to kind of be able to explain it to the other judges, you run the risk of, having a panel that has 5 judges, none of whom fully understand it and can't appreciate it. And so I like it. I think, it for the genre that it is, it's good. I just think, it's risky from a PPA competition standpoint, if that makes sense.
It makes total sense.
So, if it's your, 4th strongest image for the year, great, send it to IPC. If you've got others that you feel better about or more confident about, maybe they'd be a better option, and the other option is, kind of depends on where people are at in their competition journey, right? If you really need every merit that you can get right now, then this is probably one that's less likely to guarantee you that merit than others. If you already got your master's and you're playing around to try some new stuff, this is a good one for that. So if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Cool.
and those are sunspots, by the way. I didn't doctor that at all.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. It's, it is there. And like I said, it's scientifically accurate, but it's one of those things that the judges might wonder, is that a technical flaw? Should that have been cleaned up? Is that a sensor dust issue? It's clearly not sensor dust, but that kind of a thing. Cool. I'm going to have to drop off here. This has been fantastic. I've loved looking at all this work. And, as with Paul, if others have stuff they want critiques on, I'm open to that as well. Marietta's got my contact information. So I'm always happy to provide feedback on images. I'm still technically in training with PPA as a judge, so I don't judge IPC yet. So you don't run the risk of me looking at it and then judging it again at IPC. So always happy to provide that feedback. And And with that, I'm going to have to take off, but this has been great. Thanks for the invite. Thank you for having me. Hopefully we can do this again.
Thank you for being here, Aaron. It was fantastic to have you, and you were a wealth of knowledge.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye,
So,
Aaron.
Gotta
everybody take
off.
care.
Hi, Aaron, thank you.
Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you. Good afternoon.
I think we have about 6 or 7 more to critique. Mary Louise, are you? I
Want
think-
it? You up for it?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. The first one is going to be Iris. I think this is Iris, yes.
And what did the score?
76, I think.
Yeah, and the makers in the room in the chat
It's
room.
me.
Oh, I don't know. It seemed to me, it's like, I don't know, it just wasn't there. I don't know. I don't know whether it was that these weren't in color, that it looks, oops, I'm looking at it on my phone because it's not coming up on the computer right now. I don't know why, but like her chest seems blown out. You know, the lighting on her face is gorgeous. Maybe even like I'm thinking
I
maybe,
do have it in color. I mean, I can.
yeah, I'm thinking even like crop it right, just so you can see the very edge of, make it a square, very edge of her top, you know,
Yep.
where you have that little like highlight, I mean shadow there. And then this way you don't have to worry about it being blown out like, you know, in the rest of her.
Mhm.
But I'm looking at this as a square now, and I really kind of like that. And, you know, and then look at it maybe, you know, like I say, maybe in color, but the lighting on her face is gorgeous. I mean, she's beautiful. You know?
Okay. I was just curious.
Okay. The sea reclaims the land. Or the sea
Yeah.
reclaims, the sea reclaims.
Yeah. Paul,
gotta
I know
find it.
really, Paul really loved this image.
I don't know
No,
which
this is,
one it
no,
is.
that's the wrong title for this. It's something with, oh, okay. Yeah, this one.
The sea, no, I'm looking for it.
Right there.
Here we go, yeah.
I think that's it.
What did this, whoops, what did this score? Oh.
Hang on. 78.
Okay. Yeah, it's like, it's just not quite there. It's like, okay, is it that one shell? Is it the seaweed? You kind of, again, you know, if you leave it to the judges to figure it out, you know, I know Paul makes up these stories, you know, which is great, but again, every judge says a different story about this print. I think it landed where it was going to be, you know, if you're looking to put it in, you know, into IPC and to get a merit, I don't think it'll merit. You know, that's, I always ask, you know, to somebody, I said, are you looking for a merit? I mean, there really are no sure merits, but there's ones that definitely are like, yeah, no, you know, I mean, again, it's a nice image, nice to put on your wall, whatever. To sell it, yes, great. But as far as competition print, I don't think it would make it. I think it landed, scored where it should be.
Okay. Could somebody, Marietta, could you
Yeah.
find out where focused and determined, or I think we already talked about that.
We
I think-
talked about that one. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Okay. The next one is waiting for water.
If you go back, Patty.
Number 14.
Yeah.
Ew, I don't know what number.
Oh, right there. Right there. You had it. It's number 14. There.
With the mill.
Yeah. No, go 2 over to the right.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry. I was looking for like another ocean view.
And what did this score?
This was waiting for water. It scored. Hang on. Waiting for water. 76.
Yeah, it's just kind of a flat image. There's really no oomph to it. I mean, again, it's a nice image, but not merit quality. as far as, yes, it's gonna go. And, waiting for water, I'm thinking more of like, you should have shown more of yeah, sure, I can't think of what it's called.
Water wheel. The water
Water
The
wheel.
water wheel. Thank
Water
you.
wheel.
Yeah, so much easier. Water wheel. Hello. No, the water wheel, where that's so small compared to the water here. It's like, oh, so like the title didn't help in this case. But it just seems like there's really no contrast. Maybe a different time of day. Maybe this in color. I don't know. I'd have to see it in color, but I think it's definitely, it was like the wrong type of day, the wrong, time of day for this image.
Okay.
Thank you. The next one is Who You Gonna Call? That was artistry.
What did this score?
This was 83.
I looked at, like when the score came up, because I think I scored this like an 80. I think it's a merit image, but it just, as personally, and that's what is, the judges bring their experience or whatever. I looked at it and go, okay, yep, I see that the elements, and it's kind of cool where you change the faces and all that. I kind of like, am awe of people, because I have no ability in Photoshop. I'm looking at get my name on my prints. So I don't know what else I could tell you to make this better.
Does the maker have any questions on it? Specific?
Well, I guess what you're saying is that the storytelling of it sucking in the virus and disintegrating it isn't something that, even though we're living in it, it has enough storytelling ability. So I guess that's the question. Is I've been trying to get my artistry composites, up to that next level of telling story, and it sounds like it didn't reach that with it, the virus and then spewing it out. So it sounds like just leave it behind type of an image.
Yeah, again, it's just this panel of judges too. You could send it, to another panel of judges, score totally different, because again, everybody brings what they know. And if you've got, artistry people that have done this and can go like, oh yeah, like that's like unbelievable. You're going to get a totally different score than this panel. So I don't know what to tell you to do as far as, the person you should check with is oh, my brain just went dum dum dum. Oh my God. And I know she's spoken in Connecticut. I can't think of her name.
Ella Carlson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. She read my mind. That's who you should send this to and ask her, because she's like the queen of this stuff. I mean, I look at her stuff and go like, oh my God, so send it to her and get her opinion on this.
Okay, thank you. Next one is Congresswoman or Conversation with the Congresswoman. That was in reportage.
Yeah, to me, this was, and again, I did work for the Providence Journal. So I've done kind of stuff, sometimes it's just the angle. I found the fire hydrant. I know it's photojournalism, but the fire hydrant was distracting. Her hand being out of focus is distracting. So there really wasn't a whole heck of a lot here that I could grab on and go, yes, because what did this score?
It scored a 77.
Yeah, so, again, sometimes just because again, if you get like emotionally attached to an image, sometimes it's kind of like, yeah, I really want this image to go. And there's not a lot that you could do with this because it isn't photojournalism. So you can't take out the fire hydrant, the fire extinguisher or whatever. But her hand is out of focus, and that's a big thing. And so I think it fell where it should for this image presented as it is.
The next one is sisterhood. I can't read my writing, but it was in reportage as also.
Yeah,
Sisterhood of
Sisterhood.
Survivors.
That's it. Sisterhood of
Yeah,
Survivors.
thank you. Sorry about
Also,
that.
not this one,
Numbers, and it got a 76.
but it's not this image.
No, this isn't it.
So sorry.
I think it's with.
It's
all
in
the
lifestyle.
survivors.
It's in lifestyle. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
right there, the pink one.
Yeah,
sure.
the pink.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
What did this score?
77. Sorry. 76.
76. Yeah, again, I think it fell where it should. It's hard. You see an image and you're like, but there's so much going on here that, maybe, yeah, again, you'd have to play and see. Maybe coming in and just cropping it tighter, to get rid of some of all the stuff on the top, maybe the 4 people to the right side, or coming in and getting, if there's I'm looking to see, trying to scroll up and see if I get it tighter. If there's somebody where you can zoom in to get, oh, here we go. This might be the woman in the red jacket with survivor on it, the woman with the headscarf that is a survivor, and then the woman looking over, maybe crop in and get those 3 people, so it's more storytelling. Other than that, it just looks like kind of like, okay, people are walking, in a cancer survivor, walk.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now we have no hippies allowed. Portraits 16 to 18.
And what did the score?
76.
So no hippies allowed. I mean, to me, she, it's like, okay, I don't know, she's supposed
It
to
was an
be.
82 on that too.
What did this score?
It was an 82 and a 76.
I have 76 down.
Okay, I think like just the expression on her face. Okay, I can't tell because I'm looking here. And what category was this in?
Portrait, like senior portrait, 16 to 18
Okay.
years old.
Oh, okay, all right, that makes a difference too. Yeah, so when you're doing portraits or whatever, you don't want to show the backs of hands, especially on women. Again, look at the size of her hand, look at the size of her face. It's like, hippies use the side door. It's like, but she's not a hippie. It's like, okay, is she supposed to be the hippie? Maybe like a different title. I don't know. But the hands again, you have control over that. It's a portrait session. You want to photograph more of the sides of the hand. That's the slimming side, more feminine side. I know that, she's supposed to look a little tough because she's got the jacket or whatever. Then maybe use that in the somehow, that, it's the strength or whatever.
Okay. And then the next one is Serenity. Oops. Oh,
It's
gosh.
in fine art landscape.
Yeah, I know.
It's that one right there, number 5.
Oh, right. Yeah, that one. I remember that one. Mhm.
So this one got a 79, but was challenged and still got a 79.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about this image, and like I say, maybe cropping it. I think all the things that were said during the challenge applied to this image, and I don't know what else I can say about it other than all the things that were said, during the challenges.
So would you have cropped like the bottom or the top, like some of them were saying?
Yeah, I would have maybe even make it a square type, I mean, looking almost like a square and just coming down a little so you get a little bit of the water or whatever. But to me, it was like, it looked like the top of the trees got cut off, and cut off on the sides. It just, I don't know, it just,
If
I
the
don't know,
maker, if the maker's listening, the maker can listen to the critique during the competition. There were really good comments that were being
yeah,
made
there were, yeah.
from all three judges.
Yep.
So
So-
I think that is it for critique.
Okay.
Except there could be one more. Can I pull it up?
Yeah.
Okay. This was Family Bridge,
What did this get? Score?
a 78.
I'm trying to think of some of the comments. It's like,
There were no
it-
comments. It wasn't challenged or anything.
oh, okay. Yeah, it kind of, like I say, it kind of fell, it just kind of, there's like really nothing where it was like, wow, this is like, okay, where you're like, yes, definitely merit image or whatever. It's close, but it's just kind of like, okay. I mean, and I like how they're all connected, that
I was gonna say, if I can be the peanut gallery on this one, it says Family Bridge, but to me it's cropped, so you can't tell it's a bridge.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's one that's horizontal, because that would give more room to grow.
Definitely.
It's a little tight.
Yeah, looking at it, because it's like, it's like when I looked at it, it's like, this really needed to be a horizontal, not a vertical, because it doesn't, like you're saying, you don't see you just see the little bit of the bridge in the front of it.
Well, would it do better if it had a different title?
No, do you think it would go into the merit category? I don't think so. I still think it's just like, it's again, these are one of those green ribbon prints will make you lots of money. I'm sure your clients were extremely happy with this, right?
It was actually for a cover of a magazine. That's why it was shot vertical.
Vertically. Okay. Yeah. See,
Oh,
sometimes,
gotcha.
yeah, see, and so that, hopefully you did some horizontal ones, because again, maybe if you had like some, like that it looked like a magazine cover. I don't know if that would have helped, that it would have looked like, the cover for a magazine, if that would have helped by having it as a vertical. But to me, when I look at this and I see this many people, to me, that's a horizontal print,
Okay.
So this way, I don't think that this would, again, if it was a filler for a case, but if you're going for your merits, your masters, and that's what you want, I wouldn't use this image. Again, your clients liked it or loved it because you got some nice green ribbons from it. But this, as it stands here, this is not going to get you a blue ribbon, it'll get you those green ones though.
Yeah, true. Okay, so Metamorphosis, that was it this one? Yeah.
Yep.
Who's the maker of this?
Can't tell.
I am.
Oh, okay, because I thought this was yeah. Dun 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 dun. Marissa's sassy mouth. That's why I disqualified myself. I was like, this is a Marissa, because I love this. And I was like, shit, I gotta sorry. God. I've got to disqualify myself because I was like 99% sure that she was the maker, and that's why I disqualified myself. I love this. I would have probably given this a 95. I really would have. I really love this.
Okay.
All righty.
And then we have Torso, and I think that was in Portrait General. Yeah.
Well, this did get, torso.
Yeah, so this should have been an illustrative, but I still would like comment and critique, like what
To me, the lighting, it's like, it just, it almost looks like it was taken, one side looks the same as the other side, but on top. Because I'm looking and I'm trying to figure out the lighting. I'm like, okay, like where was this light that you've got it on both shoulders like this, one side of the torso, the breast, and that on the tip here. And so I'm looking and I'm trying to figure out the lighting of it, and that was the thing. And I don't know if that's what besides it being in the wrong category, what the other judges were thinking. I don't know. I mean, that's what
so
and I don't think,
there was a little bit of window light direct, but the main lighting was a flashlight that was to our left as we see the image. So it's kind of going across her, like it's kind of side lighting her.
but then it comes up and then, like I say, it's on the shoulders, and that piece that's that bar that's going across, like about, I don't know, a couple inches down, it's above the neck. That bar coming across, that doesn't help, because it kind of like, okay, that separates from that top part. I don't know what that is. But like I say, it was the lighting. I was like, I'm trying to figure out the lighting. It's like, okay, well, where was this light? I'm like, So, I mean, it's really a different image. When it came up, it was like, oh, this is kind of cool. But I would think I would maybe take out that bar that's going across the, like, looks like a piece of wood or something that's going across. Because I don't think that necessarily, it doesn't add anything to the image. I think it kind of takes away from it.
Yeah, she's hanging out a coat hanger from a coat rack, so it was kind of
Oh.
macabre. I've never done anything like this, so I'm sure like even people that have seen my images are kind of like, Lisa's really. So I was trying something different. Maybe I need to just take it more extreme and more macabre. I just thought it looked like a body hanging from a coat rack.
Yeah, see, and I didn't see, like I say, I think blowing it up on my phone here, I just still don't see like how it's hanging from.
I don't see the coat rack. I mean, I don't see the hanger.
Yeah, I don't see the hanger here.
Yeah.
And I'm blowing it way up and I'm not seeing it. But like I say, I think it was just, it was like, okay, like I say, definitely the wrong category.
Yes.
And then it was like, okay. And then, like I say, I'm trying to figure out the lighting, and I'm like, okay, because I'm looking at it like, okay, from commercial standpoint, okay, well, where's the lighting here? Because it didn't make sense to me. So I think maybe if you went more extreme, that might do it.
That makes sense. Thank you. I appreciate the feedback.
You're welcome.
All right, so I think what we're gonna do, we need to reevaluate, because we do have about 5 images that we're not sure if we need to move them into a different category, disqualify them, exactly what we're doing. So Marietta suggested we just show the best, the best of in each image. So, and then what we'll do is we can then post this as the 4 or 3, whatever, as we all powwow from the committee. So, Patty, if you go to Portrait Kids Under 16, we'll start with that. My Bread was Best in Show. And Mariette is going to read the title and the maker.
Okay, well, My Bread was Best in Show with an 81, and that was Tina Pelletier. Yay! I need my little clapping thing.
There you go. And there are no award winners in the senior 16 to 18. So we're going to move to the Portrait General and the Best in Show. Yes.
Is Remember When, Lexi Crocco, and it's with a score of 81. Yay!
Yeah.
And in Portrait Animals,
we have Looking for Nectar, and the Best in Show goes to Lisa Kuchara with a score of 83. And there's a tie of 3 of them that had 83 in that category.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're going to go to Fine Art Illustrative.
That is Reaching for the Rays, and that is Tom Kuchara with a score of 84.
He's sitting next to me.
That was a great image.
Yay, Tom. That's a beautiful image.
And Fine Art Landscape Nature.
To be continued. I'm not kidding. No, that wasn't it.
I'm not really sure which one that is.
That's a dandelion.
Dandelion.
Oh,
That
yes.
one right there, right there. To be continued, best in show goes to Stephen Labkoff with a score of
Yeah.
86.
That's a
Beautiful.
beautiful image. That is really, I love that image.
And while we're in fine art landscape nature, we have the best image for a non-member. And
With a
that is-
score of 88 to Glenn Wells with Blue Hour on the Beach.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Nope, that's the one
Nope,
with
not
the
that one.
Ferris
It's the
wheel.
one
No,
with
it's
the
the one with
white.
the Ferris wheel.
Wait, that's not the one?
No. The one with
No,
the Ferris wheel and the white
Yeah.
bat. There you go.
Oh,
there.
yeah,
16.
yeah, yeah.
16.
Go
Nope.
back. You missed it, I think.
Go
16.
back the other way.
16.
Number 16.
Okay, thank you.
That one, yes.
Yeah, that's
beautiful,
awesome.
Beautiful. That was really great.
Congratulations, Glenn.
Yeah,
And
that-
this was actually a maker that entered because we had an unfortunate delay. So it was very great that he was able to enter images in because of our delay. So
yeah,
Absolutely.
that's a great image.
and then artistry.
We have, you ready, Patty?
Mhm, yeah.
Okay, it's going to be Who You Gonna Call? COVID Busters with a score of 83, Lisa Kuchara.
Yeah.
Yay! All right.
And reportage.
Okay. With a score of 80, it goes to Lexi Crocco with We Will Never Forget, So One Day He Will Know. That's the black and white one, number 9, Patty.
Yeah.
Okay, this one?
With the little
Yep.
boy.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Way to go, Lex!
Wow.
Thank
yeah.
you.
And while we're in this category, we have a best from a non-member in this category.
Yeah, it's One Cub to the Other, Told You Not to Mess with Mama's Lunch. I love that
Mhm.
title.
Mm.
That goes to Charles Schinner with a score of
Awesome.
82.
Well done, yeah.
And lifestyle.
All right, we've got a Best in Show that goes to Kay Bagwell with a score of 82 for Breaking Through.
That's not it.
Nope. I think it's number 3.
I think it's the football one.
Football, the football, yeah.
Nice. Yay.
Excellent. Way to go, Kay.
Great job, Kay.
All right. And then
Wedding.
in Wedding, we have a Best in Show that goes to Randall Mena with a score of 81 for Purple. Nope, that one. Yep.
Mhm. Well done,
Can I
everybody.
just say something? Can I just say something about this print?
Yeah.
Because I was hoping, because it said pick a couple of prints, but this print here, it's like, if they're so stagnant, it's like because you wanted to really love this image. First of all, never cut off the trains like this. It's like they paid a lot of money for that train, but it also just compositionally, it's like you're cutting that off. That's a nice leading line. You've got them standing straight, stagnant here. Have them lean in, when you're doing your weddings, have him bring his foot back in and lean into her, have her lean in so that they're not stiff and straight like this. This, like I say, probably I doubt that it's terrible to say, but I doubt that, even though I love this image, I doubt this will merit at IPC. If you look at their images, because of those reasons, the lighting is really nice with the colors and the purple and everything else, but you want flow into your poses, and this is where you have the opportunity, you have the control over telling them what to do, maybe have brought back the flowers a little so you didn't see that dark shadow underneath her arm from her bouquet. But just think, like I say, it's like the flow, a lot of the images lacked flow, and if you can work on that and you're posing, because some of them, like I say, they may be, again, these green ribbon images and you fall in love with them, but they're not going to do great in competition. And you have to sometimes just take your emotion out of it, because, unless, like I say, if you already get your masters, then you can play or whatever. Or if you still feel so strongly about an image, then stick it in, because there's meat stick images. Either you love them or you hate them. And luckily I had mine they loved, but I had others where it was like, it was an image I was so totally attached to, but there was it was during film days, so there was technical flaws. I went back to try to recreate it and I couldn't. It was like, ugh, but just keep entering, because every judge brings their own expertise and their own stories and their own stuff that's going on in their head when they hear a title or they see an image or whatever. So, what we're saying is not gospel truth, because you can pull 5 more judges and they're going to have totally different, scores. And I remember in photography school, we'd have people, and that's why titling is important, because they'd come up with these titles that they thought were funny that weren't. And it was when we had the outside professionals come in to score, and those prints got shot down, and they told them, look at your titles, that matters. Just because you see an image doesn't make it a merit image, and that's the thing, you got to look into cropping. I mean, where somewhere you cannot, take things out and stuff like that, you have to look at your cropping. That one with the homeless guy, that white on the top, killed it. If that had been cropped, totally different. It might have scored higher. There's a possibility.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. And we appreciate all of you and all the other judges for all of your input today. I'm going to hit the stop recording on here, and we will post the rest of the images and awards once we get a chance to be able to just go through and make sure we have them all correct. It is hard for us. We have a lot of categories, and even myself put an image into the wrong category. So we all can do this. So we just want to make sure when we award the images that we're making sure that we have them correct before we post them.